Chapter 532. The Sacred Artifact, the 9 Dragon Fingers, all 9 fingers as one. However, one of these fingers was currently grasped by Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, shaking unceasingly as it was unable to escape. Nian Shen's eyes looked like they were about to implode as Shun Shicheng and the others were greatly shocked as well. They wanted to make another move, but the foreign dimension they were currently in was already beginning to collapse. The Northern Ocean clone descended, leaping alongside Yin Zhaoge into the flickering radiance down below. Nian Chun roared furiously, ignoring his injuries as he extended his claw once more, clawing towards Yin Zhaoge. The Northern Ocean clone raised a palm to block it. The two clashed in midair, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone speeding down towards the radiance at the bottom of the valley, while Nian Chun was jolted upwards. I already said that I'm busy looking for people now, Yin Zhaoge said mildly. Still, you can rest easy. This matter is not over yet. I'll leave your remaining 8 fingers with your 2 hands for now. We can slowly play with them later. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone vanish, Nian Chen's furious roar of unwillingness reverberated amid space. Wanting to pursue them, the surrounding space was shattering unceasingly. Those of the Blood Dragon sect could only first resist these changes and protect themselves. When the commotion had calmed, the radiance before them had long since faded. Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone were nowhere to be seen. Nian Shen's face was sunken to the point of being terrifying. The surrounding Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners were all filled with despondency as well. Master, Shun Shicheng came to Nian Shen's side. Nian Shen looked at the bloody wound on his right hand and said word by word, "I can feel the location of that stolen dragon finger. He and that little bastard with the surname, sure, can't run away." Shun Shicheng nodded. "I have contacted Chief Yin of Myriad Sword Pool, but I fear that someone from Water Crystal Palace will come as well." Nian Shen said, "Water Crystal Palace would prefer for both sides to suffer heavy losses. That Yin Zhaoge has joined Changli Mountain. Do you think that their relationship will still be as close as before? Tell them that my grandson is dead. I must definitely avenge this. Whoever obstructs me will be my mortal enemy." Nian Shen's gaze was both calm and frenzied, spreading the news that this Yin Zhaoge is in the star-shifting sea. He similarly has many enemies. Now that this old man is at the forefront, bearing the greatest pressure, there will be many who will beat him when he's down. The Sacred Evil Sect, the Evil Shifting Sect, the Spirit Rhino Island. Even all the martial practitioners of the Evil Dao will watch as this kid joins Changli Mountain. Let's see how many pounds of nails he's made of iron. Beside him, a longtime elder of the Blood Dragon sect said solemnly, "But there is also the possibility of a third party making use of us," Nian Shen said coldly. "Therefore, contact Myriad Sword Pool. There is no need for them to make a move to deal with this Yin Zhaoge, just having to watch over our backs. I only want revenge, the lives of those 2 brats. If we kill that kid surnamed Yin, everything we obtain will belong to Myriad Sword Pool. Yin Gang may not even need to do anything at all. He could just stand by the side and earn a bountiful harvest." The Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners all hesitated somewhat. Nian Shen's gaze, sweeping over them, caused all of them to feel a chill as they could only nod silently. Shun Shicheng raised his palm. Nian Wei's corpse appearing. "I have secured Wei Er's corpse, not having it destroyed in the foreign dimension. Send someone to keep it well after returning to the clan. Don't bury it yet. I want that Shi Jun's head as a sacrifice to my grandson." Nian Shen's expression eased slightly as he nodded towards Shun Shicheng. "I will do my best. Inger will be fine." He swiveled his head to look at the great sea before him, his expression turning cold once more. "Let's chase." Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone traversed the layers of radiance together. After a while, the radiance before their eyes gradually faded as they were able to see the scenery clearly once more. What appeared before Yin Zhaoge was shockingly a massive palace. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at the Northern Ocean clone. While the Northern Ocean clone did not move, one of his fists was clenched tightly, his palm trembling slightly. Within his palm, He was currently grasping the dragon finger glove that he had wrested away, seemingly having a mind of its own as it struggled unceasingly. The Northern Ocean clone was powerful as he suppressed it, unable to break free of the dragon finger glove. However, facing the Northern Ocean clone, it was still unwilling to submit. Yin Zhaoge sensed for a moment before curling his lips. Being incomplete, I am instead unable to refine it. Swiveling his head, he saw the dark reefs behind him. Through the radiance of the mountain valley in that foreign dimension, he had traversed space in a single step, arriving somewhere else. The reefs were damp. Feeling the spiritual qi veins within, Yin Zhaoge determined that he was currently deep underground beneath the rocks of the seabed. A massive cave had been opened up here, vaguely concealed by the power of a barrier. Therefore, even if someone passed by the great sea above, they would be hard-pressed to detect that there was another world beneath the reefs at the bottom of the sea. There's indeed a problem, Yin Zhaoge thought. That foreign dimension earlier had been sturdy beyond Yin Zhaoge's expectations. In the battle between the Northern Ocean clone and the 9 dragon fingers, the 2 martial saints, that foreign dimension had lasted for quite some time before it had been destroyed. With the foreign dimension connected to this place would definitely not be simple. Gazing at the dragon finger that the Northern Ocean clone was grasping, Yin Zhaoge gradually came to a realization: the other 8-finger glove have always been in contact with it. This way, the people of the Blood Dragon sect should be able to find their way here. Yin Zhaoge pondered, preparing to suppress it with the pillar of the Divine Palace. Still, just having taken out the pillar of the Divine Palace, Yin Zhaoge felt it suddenly shake, nearly breaking free of his control. Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. The pillar of the Divine Palace had already been in his possession for some time now. Accompanied by Yin Zhaoge's constant, diligent refinement of it, he had already gradually reached the point where he could wield it like it was his own arm. He had never encountered such a situation where it seemed like it was about to lose control just now. Yin Zhaoge's gaze fell on the palace before him. He saw that the exterior of the palace was rather crude, its lines extremely rough as well. While it looked like a palace, it was more like a massive stone house, extremely primitive to the extreme as it was filled with a barbaric air. However, appraising it with Yin Zhaoge's gaze, this stone palace had a wondrous feeling of being completely natural, not having been created by human hands. It was as if the palace had been formed completely naturally, rather than having been created by humans. Yin Zhaoge knew that nature's uncanny workmanship would often produce some strange scenes. For example, mountain rocks that resembled humans whilst also beasts, or resembled certain objects, being bizarre yet remarkably lifelike. While they looked similar to some man-made objects, they were indeed naturally formed. It was just that while the palace before him was said to have been created by humans, it seemed too crude. While it was said to have been created by nature, many man-made details were still present. How should I describe it? Yin Zhaoge walked rather interestedly towards that palace. It is as if the heavens and the earth have a consciousness of their own, imitating a palace constructed by humans. It was very common for humans to imitate nature, but for nature to imitate the creation of humans, this was a little strange. Yin Zhaoge looked at the jade sword within his hand. The sensing power within had weakened considerably. This meant that the distance between Shi Jun and Yin Zhaoge was currently increasing. Logically speaking, the sword in Shi Jun's hand should also be able to sense Yin Zhaoge's sword. Now that it was moving away unceasingly, it seemed abnormal. To be continued. Chapter 533. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before swiveling his head to look at the Northern Ocean clone's finger. After a while, Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly, arranging for the Northern Ocean clone to keep an eye on it to ensure that it did not escape. Then, Yin Zhaoge played with the pillar of the Divine Palace that had shrunk to the form of a short stone rod in his left hand, holding that short sword in his right as he strode towards the palace that seemed ordinary, yet actually possessed miraculous properties. The entire palace was formed of stone. Carefully observing it, Yin Zhaoge discovered that the stone used to construct the palace was completely the same as the reefs of the cave outside. They were similar to the extent that they could not be distinguished, as it was as if the stone house had grown out of the cave. As Yin Zhaoge entered the palace, the pillar of the divine palace to his left instantly shook intensely. It was as if something was attracting it over. Raising his head and gazing upwards, Yin Zhaoge saw a massive beam at the top of the palace that was exceptionally eye-catching. Because the material of the beam was different from that of the entire stone palace. Not having been born in this cave, it looked neither stone nor metal nor wood, making it hard to distinguish. The beam flickered with a seven-colored luster, streams of profound radiance descending from above, resembling numerous ribbons of silk. Looking at this beam, Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed. Numerous patterns that flickered with radiance surfaced on the surface of the beam, a profound concept emanating from within. Yin Zhaoge laughed loudly. Indeed, it is a beam of the divine palace that year. No wonder the pillar of the divine palace reacted. That beam seemed to be affected by the pillar of the divine palace as well, beginning to shake more and more intensely as the two were attracted to each other. Yin Zhaoge leapt up, arriving beneath the beam and carefully observing it as he gradually came to a realization. So that's how it is. The entire palace originated from this beam of the divine palace. Yin Zhaoge realized. Due to its spirituality, the beam of the divine palace had gradually merged with its surroundings, drawing in the surrounding earth and stone, with itself as the core, gradually forming this simple stone palace. This palace really did not rely on artificial hands, because its creator was precisely this beam. Looking at this beam, and then at the pillar of the divine palace in his hands, Yin Zhaoge felt rather emotional. At this moment, he felt as if he was slowly flowing upstream along the long river of time, returning to the era before the great calamity. This was a feeling that came from one's state of mind. It was as if one's spirit was being washed by time. Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath, stabilizing his mind, letting his will break free from that bewildered state. He carefully examined the beam of the Shun Palace. He saw that the surface of the beam was emitting rays of light that gradually formed an intricate formation pattern. The spirit pattern looked extremely profound, hard to understand. However, after appraising it a few times, Yin Zhaoge had a rough idea of what it was. It's used for short-range spatial shifting. Understanding this, Yin Zhaoge could not help but sigh. He now understood why the reaction of the Jade Dagger had become weaker and why Shi Jun's position was getting further and further away from him. Shi Jun must have discovered this place. When he was inspecting the beam of the God Palace, he touched the spirit formation and was teleported away by the spirit formation. Yin Zhaoge lightly flicked the wooden beam with his finger before extending it, tapping on that spirit pattern. The rays of radiance instantly retracted, sweeping Yin Zhaoge along as well. The boundaries of space seemed to be in the process of being erased at this moment. Yin Zhaoge smiled, stabbing the shrunken pillar of the divine palace that resembled a short rod onto the surface of the beam. The pillar and the beam instantly shuddered together. The Northern Ocean clone made use of this chance to exert force, grabbing the dragon finger glove with one hand and the beam with the other. The beam shook mightily as it separated from that stone palace, landing in the Northern Ocean clone's hands. Having lost the beam as its foundation, that spatial, shifting formation instantly became unstable. However, Yin Zhaoge had already made use of this chance to disappear amidst the radiance along with the Northern Ocean clone, making use of this spirit pattern one last time to leave this underwater cave. It was just that in the process of spatial shifting, as the pillar of the divine palace came into direct contact with the beam, streams of spiritual chi surged, surging out from the beam. Within Yin Zhaoge's mind, scenes of light suddenly surfaced one after another. Similar to when he had collected the pillars of the divine palace, these images seemed to record everything that the beam of the divine palace had experienced since the calamity, the destruction of the divine palace, and the fall from the ninth heaven as a part of the wreckage. The long years that the beam of the divine palace had experienced, everything it had seen and heard. Most of the scenes did not change at all. merely reflecting the process of this beam of the divine palace being buried deep within the depths of the star-shifting sea of the vast ocean world. As its spirituality gradually recovered, it caused the surrounding earth and rocks to change, finally constructing that stone palace with itself as its center. That had been an extremely long process, bit by bit, minute by minute, change by change. In the initial days, that stone palace had been much cruder and simpler than it was now. As time passed, it had become more and more intricate and intricate. Yin Zhaoge believed that if he did not bring this beam away today, in a few more decades or centuries, that underwater stone palace would be even more intricate and intricate. From the outside, it would seem like it had been meticulously constructed by countless craftsmen. Of the numerous scenes recorded by the beam of the divine palace, what drew Yin Zhaoge's attention was that someone had shockingly already found that underwater cave many years ago. Still, it was not that woman who was related to the extreme Yin crown. Instead, it was a black-clothed, middle-aged man. His skin was pale and his expression cold. His cultivation base not as high as that woman's, as he looked like he had yet to enter the martial saint realm. He was probably at the essence talisman martial grandmaster, or transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm. Seeing the beam of the divine palace, this middle-aged man was first astonished before he became infatuated with it. He had also tried to collect the beam of the divine palace, yet had not succeeded. The black-clothed, middle-aged man's gaze sobered somewhat as he muttered to himself, "It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. This is a treasure from before the great calamity, and an incredible treasure at that. It is very likely related to that legendary Heavenly Court's divine palace. It might even be a part of the Heavenly Court's divine palace. A pity, a pity. How exactly can I bring it away from here?" The black-clothed man remained here for many days, yet was unable to collect the beam of the divine palace, as he could only helplessly give up in the end. Still, he did not look very despondent. "Whatever, I will first go look for the burial ground of that group of dragons entering the sea. If I can obtain sufficient benefits there and raise my strength, perhaps I will be able to turn things around and take this beam of wood away." Haha! Who would have thought that this tiny, vast ocean world would actually possess so many fortuitous encounters and supreme treasures? My laborious trip down here was not in vain. Amidst his laughter, the black-clothed man turned and left, exiting the underwater cave. The scenes regarding him ended there. This person left and did not return, not appearing again afterwards. Yin Zhaoge watched this silently, countless thoughts flashing through his mind at lightning speed. To be continued. Chapter 534. While it had only been an instant, some parts of this black-clothed man's words had left a deep impression on Yin Zhaoge. The burial ground of numerous dragons entering the sea, the tiny, vast ocean world, making a trip down. At the mention of the burial ground of numerous dragons entering the sea, Yin Zhaoge seemed to feel his vigorous essence chi jump slightly. The essence chi of the ice dragon that he had yet to completely refine and absorb within his acupoints. After so many days, having already stepped into the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm, Yin Zhaoge still possessed a considerable amount of essence chi absorbed from the corpse of the ice dragon. The scene of him obtaining the corpse of the ice dragon and entering the old residence of the glacial dragon martial saint seemed to replay before his eyes once more. Is there also the legend of numerous dragons entering the sea in this vast ocean world? Or perhaps clues to the burial ground of numerous dragons entering the sea can be found here as well? Yin Zhaoge pondered. Still, he was more concerned about the final words of that black-clothed man before leaving. Coming down, Yin Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits, not just coming but coming down from high to low. Where did he come down from? Having already learnt of the existence of the world beyond worlds, and having learnt that his mother had originated from there, the first thought that arose within Yin Zhaoge's mind was that this black-clothed man might also be from the world beyond worlds. Let alone the fourth level of the martial saint realm, this person's cultivation base was not even at the martial saint realm. Had he left the world beyond worlds and come to this vast ocean world to settle down here? If not, how had he returned to the world beyond worlds? Was it like Xue Chuqing had said, possessing some sort of treasure that could stabilize the cracks between dimensions? Where is this black-clothed man now? Had he already returned to the world beyond worlds? If everything goes smoothly for him, he should still be returning to that underwater cave, taking another look at the great beam of the divine palace. Yin Zhaoge slowly shook his head. Whether or not he gained anything in the burial ground of numerous dragons, whether or not his strength increased, after finishing his business there, he would still have to return here to try again. Yin Zhaoge pondered. From the images left behind by that silhouette, he fell in that underwater cave a very long time ago. It should have already been several hundred years. As time passed, the images transmitted over from the great beam of the divine palace continued to change unceasingly. Browsing through the recorded images of the great beam of the divine palace seemed like a long time, but was actually nothing more than a mere instant. Yin Zhaoge felt that he was currently in the midst of an extremely rare opportunity. Because of the combination of the pillars and the beams of the divine palace, there was a shocking change between the two. It was as if a special environment had been formed. It traced back to the river of time, turning a moment into a long period of time. This was something that would not happen even if one were to touch the pillars or the beams of the divine palace alone. Even if the pillar of the divine palace and the beam of the divine palace met, only this first encounter would produce such a mysterious change. Yin Zhaoge browsed through the images recorded on the great beam of the divine palace, while maintaining his breathing and circulating his profound art. He did not lack absolute arts, nor did he lack resources. He only lacked time and accumulation. To Yin Zhaoge, this was undoubtedly the greatest fortuitous encounter he had ever had. As Yin Zhaoge inhaled and exhaled, a martial essence true talisman appeared above his head. Then, shockingly, a second, a third. In the image recorded by the beam of the divine palace, after the man in black disappeared, no one stepped into the underwater cave until two figures suddenly appeared. Yin Zhaoge's spirits rose. One of them was precisely the grown-up Shi Jun. While they had not met face-to-face before, Su Fei had already shown Yin Zhaoge an image of Shi Jun. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge was able to basically recognize him now. Still, Shi Jun, who had arrived at the underwater cave, was injured as well. Previously, he had made use of the Starlight Tide to bury a bunch of Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners. While he himself had fled underground, he had still been affected a little. Together with Shi Jun was a young woman with outstanding features, gentle and beautiful. She supported Shi Jun as they walked into that stone palace together. Seeing this, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards. "Oh, you seem very used to physical contact? Not bad, not bad, not bad." This girl was probably the daughter of the chief of the Blood Dragon sect, Shun Shicheng. Shuning supported Shi Jun as he sat down, asking concernedly, "Big brother Shi, are you all right?" Shi Jun waved his hands. "I'm fine. How are you?" Shuning said, "I'm fine as long as you protect me." Shi Jun glanced at Shuning. "I had no other choice just now. Otherwise, I would inevitably have been outnumbered. It is just that this way, your fellow disciples probably wouldn't have been able to survive." Shuning sighed lightly, her expression downcast. "They wanted to capture and kill you. It was unavoidable that you had to defend yourself. It was just that I could not bear to do so. After all, they were all my fellow disciples. Speaking of this, the cause of this all lies with me. If not for saving me from Yin Wei, you would not have had to come into conflict with those of my sect." Shi Jun said, "You aside, I did not really like the people of the Blood Dragon sect in the first place. That condensed pearl ancient leaf was clearly found by me first, yet your fellow disciples wanted to snatch it away just by relying on their numbers. If not for your mediation, I would have already fought with them at that time. Still, while I did not like Yin Wei and the others as fellow disciples, logically speaking, I should not have interfered in the matters of your Blood Dragon sect disciples. It was just that he had ill intentions towards you. I really could not stand such actions, finally unable to hold myself back from intervening." Shuning raised her head. Looking worriedly at Shi Jun smiled. Just now, I personally took care of that in Yin Wei. I know that he has a grandfather who is the #1 expert of your blood dragon sect, one of the top experts even in the entire vast ocean world. However, I do not regret killing a scum like Yin Wei. As Shi Jun said this, he pursed his lips slightly. I will take responsibility for my own actions. I am not afraid of Yin Wei's grandfather wanting to kill me to avenge his grandson. I'm only worried about Master and Changli Mountain being implicated. Shining frowned. Shi Jun was not a pessimistic person. After regulating his breathing for a moment and feeling that his injuries were no longer a problem, he stood up, smiling. Master always says that I have a rash personality. I myself feel that way a little now as well. Honestly speaking, I too feel some lingering fear now that this matter has come to this. Still, I definitely do not regret it. If I could do it all over again, I would still act to save you, just that I might restrain myself a little and try not to kill anyone. Still, that way, it might be me dying at the hands of your fellow disciples instead. Shining muttered, Big brother sure. Shi Jun clapped his hands, saying someone from Yin Wei's group might have gone out to report the matter. There might be other pursuers very soon. We can talk about future matters in the future. Let's first study this place. Shining nodded, all right. Shi Jun turned to look at that great beam, which was clearly different from the rest of the stone palace, as he took out a jade sword. Is it Master? Or is it Senior Apprentice Uncle Yin? Next was the scene of them touching the patterns on the great beam, inadvertently activating the formation before being teleported away. The numerous scenes that surfaced within Yin Zhaoge's mind came to an end here. He lightly rubbed his temples. Thinking back on the scenes that he had just seen, the scenes finally stopped at Shi Jun coming up to touch the great beam of the Divine Palace, and shunning behind him. Yin Zhaoge's face did not look bright as his smile vanished as he pondered silently. His heart jolting slightly, Yin Zhaoge regained his wits as he discovered that the teleportation had already ended. Yin Zhaoge retracted his thoughts, roaring lightly as the essence talismans above his head were already innumerable. As they soared, they transformed into a massive spirit formation. To be continued. Chapter 535. One essence talisman after another congregated unceasingly above Yin Zhaoge's head, gradually condensing into a massive spirit formation. This spirit formation was precisely the mark of a martial practitioner having stepped into the 8th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the mid-essence talisman stage. The unique boundary formed by the meeting of the pillar and beam of the Divine Palace, this time distorted time, bringing Yin Zhaoge immense benefits. Yin Zhaoge had obtained what he currently lacked the most on his path as a martial practitioner: time. Having absorbed the powerful essence chi of the ice dragon corpse. Knowing that it had yet to be completely refined, his accumulation in this area was just as Yin Di had said. It would be sufficient for Yin Zhaoge to use until he stepped into the transcending mortality stage, or even before he attempted his breakthrough into the martial saint realm. What he needed was just the accumulation of time, allowing him to transform that majestic power for his own use. Perhaps it should be said that Yin Zhaoge temporarily did not lack wealth. What he was considering now was how to spend it freely. Now, with the unexpected changes of the pillar and beam of the Divine Palace, Yin Zhaoge had successfully broken through yet another bottleneck, stepping into the mid-essence talisman martial grandmaster realm. Currently, there was still an extremely limited amount of time before he had stepped into the early essence talisman martial grandmaster realm. If the vast ocean world martial practitioners who had witnessed his breakthrough into the essence talisman martial grandmaster realm earlier knew of this situation, they would probably collectively be rendered speechless once more. Accompanied by the completion of the teleportation, that unique environment from earlier vanished as well. Looking at the beam of the Divine Palace before him, Yin Zhaoge could not be bothered to refine it, just first subduing it with the help of the pillar of the Divine Palace. Then, Yin Zhaoge took out that jade sword once more, carefully feeling the changes within. Analyzing the changes within, they indeed grew stronger at this moment. Following the guidance of a jade sword, Yin Zhaoge sped over. His speed was naturally much faster than that of the two. This time, with no one obstructing him, after finding some distance away, Yin Zhaoge's eyes lit up. Within the star-shifting sea, two youths were currently advancing with great difficulty. Shi Jun was also paying attention to the changes in the jade sword in his hand, joy appearing on his face as he gazed about. Jun, Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone descended from the air together. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, Shi Jun was instantly overjoyed. Little senior apprentice Uncle Yin. Yin Zhaoge also sighed in relief, a smile appearing on his face. Good, you've grown up. Seeing Yin Zhaoge's appearance clearly, Shi Jun asked secretly via sound transmission. Little senior apprentice uncle, there doesn't seem to be any changes at all. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he answered. Only over a year has passed on our side. Shi Jun came to a realization as he swiveled his head to look at Shunning beside him, introducing, Miss Shun, this is my senior apprentice uncle Yin Zhaoge. You should have heard of him before. Seeing Yin Zhaoge greet him without the slightest reservations, Shi Jun knew that there was no need for him to hide his identity. Thus, he openly introduced himself. Shunning looked rather curiously whilst also fearfully at Yin Zhaoge. Still, she remained extremely polite. Blood Dragon Sect disciple Shun Ing greets Mr. Yin. Yin Zhaoge smiled. No need to stand on ceremony. After laughing, Yin Zhaoge asked solemnly, what exactly happened? Shen Ying's expression darkened. Shi Jun took a deep breath and said, Martial Ant, it's like this. He gave a brief account of what had happened. Yin Zhaoge listened without batting an eyelid. It was more or less the same as what he had grasped earlier. Back then, Shi Jun had left Changli Mountain alone to roam the star-shifting sea. In the process, he had encountered a group of people from the Blood Dragon Sect on an island. While Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon Sect could not see eye to eye with each other, no conflict had erupted between them at the time, also not having interacted much with each other. Afterwards, however, Shi Jun had discovered a sacred healing medicine on the island, the condensed pearl ancient leaf. In the process of harvesting it, the people of the Blood Dragon Sect had arrived as well. Seeing the condensed pearl ancient leaf, they had instantly been tempted, wanting to obtain it. The two sides had immediately entered a standoff, the situation on the verge of erupting at any moment. Afterwards, Shunning had appeared and persuaded Nian Wei and the others, saying that there were still people of other sects on the island, as well as figures of the evil Tao, and that they should not be laughed at by others. Only then had the people of the Blood Dragon Sect given up, dispersing just like that. Afterwards, a typhoon had happened to surround the region of sea nearby. As it was not good for those on the island to leave directly, they had set up camp on the island. At night, as Shi Jun was meditating alone on a reef on the sea, he suddenly heard a cry for help. Hurrying over, he had found the vicinity of a cave where he saw two Blood Dragon Sect disciples hesitating there, not knowing what to do. Feeling doubtful, Shi Jun had barged past their obstruction and entered the cave, seeing that Nian Wei was up to no good. After injuring Nian Wei, Shi Jun had rushed out of the cave with Shun Ing, Nian Wei, and the others chasing after them. At the start, Shi Jun had not dealt a fatal blow. As the two had run and stopped, the other Blood Dragon Sect martial practitioners had also hurried over. There were also people of other sects who had come to investigate after hearing the news. Nian Wei and the other two had insisted that Shi Jun had been up to no good and had abducted Shunning. Nian Wei had tried to stop him, but had instead been injured. Yet in the process just now, Shunning had been injured in the head, falling unconscious. Under everyone's gazes, the Shunning in Shi Jun's arms was in a disheveled state, causing him to be unable to explain himself. Shi Jun had wanted to wait for Shunning to wake up and explain the truth of the matter, but Nian Wei and the other Blood Dragon Sect martial practitioners had already rushed over. The Blood Dragon Sect and Changli Mountain had not been on good terms in the first place. Nian Wei having been injured and Shunning abducted, the Blood Dragon Sect martial practitioners had all attacked viciously, wishing that they could tear Shi Jun into 10,000 pieces. Greatly enraged, Shi Jun no longer showed any mercy as he stabbed two people to death. Facing more and more opponents, he had finally leapt into a whirlpool with Shunning in his arms. Afterwards, having left the island through the Starlight Spring, Jun had thought of a way to return to Changli Mountain, asking them to uphold justice for him. However, the Blood Dragon sect had been conducting an extensive search in the star-shifting sea. Jun and Shuning had been discovered by Nianwei and the others once more as they had finally hidden within that foreign dimension. Jun had discovered that there was a mechanism within the deep valley that could trigger a great starlight tide. Afterwards, Nianwei and the others had chased after him. A great battle had occurred at the bottom of the valley. Nianwei had been slain on the spot by Jun before the mechanism had been triggered, a great starlight tide having engulfed the other Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners. Yin Zhaoge already knew what had happened afterwards. After hearing everything, he looked at Jun. Jun smiled bitterly. Previously, when we were surrounded and attacked on the island, I did not dare to leave Miss Shun behind and escape alone. She was unconscious. If Nianwei wanted to do something, she would not be able to resist it. While Shuning was the daughter of Chief Shun Shicheng, Nianwei's grandfather was Shun Shicheng's master, the #1 expert of the Blood Dragon sect, Nianshun. Back then, the group of Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners on the island had been led by Nianwei and Shuning. With Shuning unconscious, the others had naturally followed Nianwei's lead. While Nianwei could not do anything openly, it could not be any simpler for him to do something in secret while Shuning was unconscious. Yin Zhaoge understood Jun's meaning. It was not that he was worried that Nianwei would develop lustful thoughts again. Instead, he wanted to silence her. The matter had already been blown out of proportion at the time, with the dirty water already splashed all over Jun. The only one who could prove his innocence was Shuning. Jun said irritatedly, "In that foreign dimension, Nianwei aside, those people of the Blood Dragon sect did not even listen to Miss Shun's explanation, wanting to kill me as soon as I arrived. Because at that time, before you had killed Nianwei, the nature of the matter had already begun to change." Yin Zhaoge patted Jun's shoulder. "It's fine. Your master has also come to the star-shifting sea. Let's first meet up with him." Chapter 536. "Give me that jade sword of yours as well." Yin Zhaoge extended his hand, Jun handing over the jade sword that he had kept with him. Yin Zhaoge received it, the blades of the two jade swords clashing lightly as a bright luster expanded. "Senior Brother Su also has a jade sword. He should have received the signal by now. Let's meet up with him outside the star-shifting sea." Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone swept along Jun and Shuning, flying into the distance. Brought along by Yin Zhaoge, Shun Ying's expression was gloomy as well as uneasy. Jun looked at her with concern. Shuning gave him a smile, indicating that she was fine, but it looked a little forced. Thinking of Yin Zhaoge's earlier words, Jun gradually came to some realization. If Shuning could return alive and tell the whole story of what happened that day, Jun would be able to wash away the injustice he had suffered. Jun had killed Nianwei, so Nianqin must have hated him to the core and wanted to kill Jun for revenge. However, Changli Shan was able to stand on the side of reason, straightening his back to protect Jun. As one of the 7 pillars of good, while Changli Mountain's strength was inferior to that of the Blood Dragon sect, it was also impossible for the Blood Dragon sect to do as they pleased. If Nianqin continued to keep an eye on him, it would be extremely dangerous for Jun to travel outside. However, as long as he remained within directionless islands, Changli Mountain, Nianqin would not be able to do anything to him. Nianqin did not possess a clear advantage in attacking Changli Mountain. If he wanted a life and death struggle, Water Crystal Palace and the other sects would naturally not sit by and watch. But if this injustice could not be cleared, Jun would have to bear the reputation of kidnapping other people's female disciples. In the righteous martial world, everyone would really want to beat him up. If Nianqin killed him, others would even applaud. It was just that if it were the other way around and the truth of the matter was revealed, it would be the Blood Dragon sect's turn to become the laughingstock of the world. Even if Nianwei died, there would still be people saying that he deserved it. It was just that as a disciple of the Blood Dragon sect, Shuning could not help but care about the reputation of her sect, even if she disregarded Nianwei, who had intended to violate her. Her father being the chief of the Blood Dragon sect, the sect having raised her, all of this was affecting her judgment. From a certain perspective, to Shuning, now that Nian Wei was dead, all her anger and hatred had been vented. Even the few Blood Dragon sect disciples who had been closest to Nian Wei had mostly died under his sword. The entire sect and the other disciples in the sect did not have any enmity with her at all. However, how could Shuning remain indifferent as she watched Shijun, who had stood up for her and ended up being condemned by thousands of people? That was why he had a worried look on his face. As for the Blood Dragon sect, killing Shijun as well as rendering Shuning unable to speak, the truth would be up to them. Back on that deserted island, Shijun had brought Shuning away with him. Other than those of the Blood Dragon sect, there had been many other people who had witnessed it. Now, this matter had even spread throughout the vast ocean world. At this point, the arrow was knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. Not to mention Yin Shun. Even if Shun Shurqing knew the truth of the matter, he would only protect his daughter's life. He might not show mercy to Shijun, and it was even more likely that he would continue to make mistakes. After that, if Nian Wei really died in Shijun's hands, the matter would no longer be left at that. While Shijun still did not fully understand all this, he had already gradually come to some understanding. His expression was unsettled. Glancing at Shijun, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Others don't believe you, but I do. Let's see if Nian Chun has the ability to make a move on you. The Northern Ocean clone beside him also revealed a smile, his clenched fist relaxing slightly as streams of blood-red light and golden light instantly flickered interchangeably. Shijun and Shuning were both taken aback, Shuning blurting out, 9 dragon fingers? Just 1 in 9. Facing the shocked gazes of the two, Yin Zhaoge said casually, not long after you left that foreign dimension, I arrived, as did Yin Shun. Seeing Nian Wei's corpse, the old man was a little enraged. Thus, we exchanged blows, and I broke one of his fingers. Afterwards, I was busy looking for you, not continuing. Shijun and Shuning were both rendered rather speechless for a time. While they had already known that Yin Zhaoge had slain Spirit Rhino Island Chief Fongkin, a transcending mortality martial grandmaster, and a transcending mortality martial grandmaster wielding a sacred artifact, were two completely different concepts. The chief of Myriad Sword Pool, Yin Gang, who wielded the sacred artifact, the floating sinking sword, and the chief of the sacred evil sect Lin Qiansheng, who was a martial saint, had similarly been unable to do anything to Yin Zhaoge. However, being able to contend against and emerge victorious against a martial saint, even wresting away a 9-dragon finger, the difficulty of this was naturally incomparable. This meant that Yin Zhaoge, who was accompanied by the Northern Ocean clone, was even more powerful than they had expected, even more powerful than the number 1 expert of the Blood Dragon sect, Nian Shun, who wielded the 9 dragon fingers. Shuning looked dazedly at Yin Zhaoge, wanting to say something, yet daring not to. Shijun exhaled slowly, sighing in admiration as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. Indeed, senior apprentice Uncle Yin. Other than you, who else has the ability to stand at such heights at this age? Yin Zhaoge smiled, appraising Shijun all over. Let's not talk about me first. You, on the other hand, have truly surpassed your master. Good, very good. Shijun was currently only 20 years of age, already having reached the early outer aura martial scholar realm, having completed the second cleansing of the marrows within his bones, only a step away from the mid-outer aura stage. Having experienced slaughter and fleeing these past days, while his mind had been highly strained, it had also been tempered. As long as he settled down a little, he would immediately be able to step into the mid-outer aura stage. Not only was such a cultivation speed unparalleled in the current vast ocean world, it was also at the peak of the 8 extremities world. At the same age, his cultivation speed was already faster than that of his master Su Fei, faster than that of most of Broad Creed Mountain's direct disciples like Lu Wen. Of the young martial practitioners that Yin Zhaoge was familiar with, there were only Ying Long Tu, Si Kongqing, and Feng Yunsheng who were faster than Shijun. And those people were all somewhat special to some extent, It was worth mentioning that Jun was not a disciple of Changli Mountain at the end of the day, being a guest like Su Fei. The resources that he had obtained in the process of his cultivation would definitely be inferior to that of the core disciples of Changli Mountain and the other major sections. Even Yin Zhaoge felt that it was rare for him to still be able to look down on those of the same generation under such circumstances. It did not have to be asked how much sweat and effort Jun had put in these past few years had flowed behind his back. His desire to possess the strength to protect his mother and his intense desire to prove himself were all immense motivations that spurred Jun on, not daring to halt his footsteps. Praised by Yin Zhaoge, a rare look of embarrassment appeared on Jun's tough, arrogant face. "Don't laugh at me, senior apprentice uncle. If others praise me, I can just thicken my face and accept it. You praising me, however, makes my face burn up." He knew what kind of figure this young senior apprentice uncle before him was. While their ages were not too far apart, Yin Zhaoge's accomplishments really left him in awe of a high mountain. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, he could only feel that he was still that little child from back then. Still, having obtained Yin Zhaoge's acknowledgement, Jun was exceptionally happy. It was just that after his happiness, Jun's smile gradually vanished. Yin Zhaoge knew that while he had his support and his life was not in danger, if his name was not cleared, Jun would still be condemned by all in the vast ocean world in the future, his name full of curses. We have reached the borders of the star-shifting sea. Out of here, unaffected by the starlight spring, we will be able to find senior apprentice brother Su and the others very quickly. Yin Zhaoge did not say anything further, just looking at Jun and then at the similarly silent Shuning before bringing them along and flying towards the heavens and earth that were enveloped by the blurry starlight. To be continued. Chapter 537. Yin Zhaoge brought Jun and Shuning along, gradually flying out of the star-shifting sea. As they flew, Yin Zhaoge pondered on some matters whilst finally being able to divert some of his attention to the beam of the Divine Palace that he had just obtained. With the powerful Northern Ocean clone and the pillar of the Divine Palace assisting him, it had become much easier for Yin Zhaoge to refine the beam of the Divine Palace. Comprehending the numerous profound runes on the beam, Yin Zhaoge gained much more as many memories that had been buried deep within his heart were brought to the fore. Some memories of before the great calamity. After leaving the star-shifting sea, Yin Zhaoge regained his wits. At the same time, the Northern Ocean clone raised his sensory abilities to the maximum, beginning to search the surrounding heavens and earth. Very quickly, a few powerful auras surfaced in the distance, resembling lighthouses specialized in signaling as they were extremely eye-catching. Yin Zhaoge immediately adjusted his direction, moving in that direction. In the distance, a small island appeared where the sea and the sky met. Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone instantly arrived above the small island. They saw that there were many different factions on the island, as well as many people waiting there. While Yin Zhaoge still could not recognize all the people of the vast ocean world, he at least recognized the unique characteristics of their attire. Other than Su Fei and those of Changli Mountain and those of the Blood Dragon sect, Yin Zhaoge could already see that Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool, Spirit Rhino Island, the Spirit Returning sect, and the Blazing Wind sect were all present. Not a single one of the 7 pillars of good was missing. A disciple of a Changli Mountain guest elder abducting an ordinary female disciple of the Blood Dragon sect would not have caused such a great disturbance. However, if the one abducted was the daughter of the chief of the Blood Dragon sect who had also killed the grandson of Nian Shun, number 3 of the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world, this would be no small matter. It would depend on whether Changli Mountain would support Jun. If they did, a great battle between the 2 peak sects of good would erupt at any time. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone, most of the people on the island were stunned. The faces of those of the Blood Dragon sect were all sunken to the point that water might drip out. They had already heard of Yin Zhaoge's battle with Nian Shun. Still, they had not known that Yin Zhaoge had already found Jun and Shuning before them. Fei said that he had found Jun's whereabouts and gathered everyone here to wait, saying that Jun would soon appear. Seeing Fei so confident, the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners all thought that Yin Zhaoge was most likely in the vicinity as well. This was the worst possible outcome. Communication in the shifting star C was inconvenient. Nianshun and Shun Shicheng had only just received the news, and they were still on their way here. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone descending from the sky, those of the Blood Dragon sect all felt rather stifled. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and Jun together, those of the other sects all came to a realization as they had the same thought as Nianshun and Shun Shicheng. This person actually personally came over Jun. It can be seen that their relationship is not ordinary. This matter will probably be hard to resolve. If this Yin Zhaoge steals his heart to protect Jun, even if Changli Mountain and Water Crystal Palace do not act, it will not be easy for Nianshun to exact revenge. As Yin Zhaoge landed on the ground, his gaze swept through the entire area. Without needing to speak, everyone's hearts had already grown solemn. Seeing that Yin Zhaoge had returned with Jun and Shuning, Su Fei heaved a long sigh of relief. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Senior apprentice brother Su, I have succeeded in bringing Jun back safe and sound. Jun first bowed to Su Fei. Master, I have caused you to worry. Su Fei shook his head. It is nothing for Master. Instead, it is the seniors here who have made things difficult for you. After greeting Su Fei, Jun apologized to those of Changli Mountain. They all first shook their heads slightly before their gazes shifted between Jun and Shuning. The Blood Dragon sect martial grandmaster expert now said coldly, Your disciple has returned safely, yet many of our sect's disciples have died at his hands. He stared at Jun, raping and pillaging, extremely vicious and evil. When did Changli Mountain become such a place that harbors such filth? Or is it that relying on external reinforcements, you want to rampage unhindered beneath the heavens, doing whatever you please? The Changli Mountain martial practitioners all frowned. What did you say? Yin Zhaoge smiled coldly, not speaking. Su Fei's expression did not change as he said loudly, Whether it is right or wrong, there should be a public verdict. It is not that your words can convict you. That Blood Dragon sect martial practitioner was about to speak when that middle-aged woman who had once visited Changli Mountain raised a hand to stop her companion, her gaze sweeping past Shuning, Jun, and Su Fei before finally landing on Yin Zhaoge. Two of the people involved are here now. We can all face each other, this female elder of the Blood Dragon sect said slowly. Still, can you first return our disciple to us? Could it be that you want to detain her? Yin Zhaoge said mildly. I am worried that someone might kill her in order to cover up their embarrassment. While the people of the Blood Dragon sect feared Yin Zhaoge's might, they all glared furiously at him now. Yin Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. If I let her go, if something happens to her very soon, you can conveniently pin the blame on me. Your sect is very proficient in such matters. Therefore, I feel that this girl would instead be a little safer with me here. That female elder sucked in a deep breath. Under your threat, how would Inger confess the truth? Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Shuning, whose face was pale as she said softly, This is my master. While she was Shun Shicheng's daughter, as Shun Shicheng held the position of chief, he was burdened with many matters. Therefore, Shuning had entered the tutelage of that female elder to cultivate in. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge smiled mildly, waving his hands. Shuning nodded in thanks, walking towards her master. Seeing this, the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners all heaved a sigh of relief. The experts of the surrounding sects all focused earnestly on Shuning. Whether it was because the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners truly did not have such intentions, or because of Shun Shicheng's prestige, or because it was inconvenient to make a move in front of so many people, Shuning was safe and sound. Seeing this, Jun also heaved a sigh of relief. There were also people who had been observing Jun all this time. Seeing his expression, they all began to wonder inwardly. The leading elder of Changli Mountain this time asked loudly, Everyone has already heard much of what the Blood Dragon sect has said. Sure, Jun, we would like to hear your explanation now. What exactly happened? Sure, Jun nodded, saying in a clear voice, "That day, this junior came to this island to try his luck, inadvertently finding a spirit medicine." He narrated everything that had happened. Along the way, the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners were unable to hold themselves back a few times as they glared angrily at him, wanting to open their mouths to curse him. Each time this happened, Yin Zhaoga's icy cold gaze would sweep over, causing a chill to run down their spines as they forcibly swallowed the curses that were at the tip of their tongues. Sure, Jun's narration was naturally different from the Blood Dragon sect's version, as the two sides were basically poles apart. When Sure Jun had finally finished with great difficulty and Yin Zhaoga no longer obstructed him, a Blood Dragon sect martial practitioner roared furiously. "Nonsense! Nian Wei and Shun Ying are childhood sweethearts, loving each other very much. Nian Wei has always been extremely caring towards Shun Ying. How could he have used force?" Yin Zhaoga asked mildly. "Oh, is that so? I heard that while the parents of both sides had such intentions, there was no marriage agreement between the two youths. Who knows if it wasn't one of them who was unable to obtain it, finally flying into a rage out of embarrassment." That Blood Dragon sect elder choked slightly before continuing. "The old chief and the current chief have already arranged a marriage agreement for the two of them. This is something that everyone in the sect knows. As an outsider, what would you know?" The other Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners began to agree as well, but their gazes all involuntarily drifted toward Shun Ying. The gazes of everyone present were now focused on Shun Ying as well. To be continued. Chapter 538. It was not just Changli Mountain and the Blood Dragon sect. The higher echelon experts of the other sects all gazed at Shun Ying now as well. While she did not intentionally reveal her aura, the pressure created by the gazes of so many martial grandmaster experts was sufficient to cause any martial scholar to suffocate. Shun Ying currently resembled a lone boat amidst a tempestuous storm, her figure appearing exceptionally frail. Her lips twitched as she raised her head and surveyed the surroundings, seeing the earnest yet rather worried gazes of the seniors of her clan. Before she could answer, Shui Fei suddenly asked, "May I ask if Miss Shun is still a virgin now?" Shun Ying's master was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Shui Fei said calmly, "I have no intention of offending your master and disciple. It is just that we martial practitioners balance the two qis of yin and yang. Whether or not a woman is a virgin, whether or not she has experienced the things between a man and a woman, has a great influence on the flow of yin and yang within her body, and this influence is irreversible." The people of the Blood Dragon sect all felt solemn as they knew what Shui Fei wanted to say. Shui Fei looked first at Shi Jun and then at Shun Ying. "If my disciple really is a criminal, abducting and killing for his own selfish reasons, the two of them having disappeared for so many days, it would be sufficient for him to do many things. However, from my external observation, Miss Shun should still be a virgin. Of course, my observation might not be accurate, but it would be sufficient to check the flow of qi within her body." The difference in cultivation bases between Shui Fei and Shun Ying was too great. If he wanted to, he would be able to see through the flow of yin and yang within Shun Ying's body with a single glance. However, Shui Fei did not do so, as he instead scanned the surroundings. There are many experts of the various sects here who are female. We can ask them to help us check. That would also be more fair and just. Yin Zhaoga's expression was calm as he did not say anything more now, just looking at those of the Blood Dragon sect. Don't play any tricks in front of everyone. Everyone is watching. Those whose cultivation bases far surpass Shun Ying's would be able to temporarily change the balance of the flow of yin and yang within her body for a short period of time if they infuse their true essence into her body. Still, with Nian Shun not present, none of the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners present had the ability to hide this from so many people. Shun Ying's master frowned. In truth, just having returned to her side, she had already roughly checked on Shun Ying and confirmed that she was fine. He heaved a sigh of relief, but because of Shui Fei's words, his heart began to race once more. Su Fei said, "Let's not talk about being surrounded and chased by all of you. If my disciple is truly a vicious and evil person, then the more dangerous the environment, the easier it is for his vicious nature to be aroused." He looked at Shi Jun. "Did they chase you until you couldn't catch your breath?" Shi Jun answered, "Before arriving at that foreign dimension, I was not very nervous. I only wanted to find a route to leave the star-shifting sea as soon as possible. It was only in the vicinity of that foreign dimension that I was accidentally discovered by those of the Blood Dragon sect." Shui Fei looked around. "So, if you really want to do something, there will be plenty of opportunities in time." The people of the other sects glanced at Shunning. Those of the Blood Dragon sect wanted to stop this, yet were unable to do so. Some wanted to make a move, yet being stared at by everyone, they were unable to do so. After everyone had taken a look, the person from Water Crystal Palace was the first to say, "She is indeed still a virgin." The people from the Spirit Returning sect nodded in agreement. Those of Myriad Sword Pool, the Blazing Wind sect, and Spirit Rhino Island exchanged looks, not speaking. Now, a longtime elder of the Blood Dragon sect said sinisterly, "Perhaps this little thief has the will, but lacks the strength?" Everyone was taken aback. That Blood Dragon sect elder said, "There are all sorts of strange things in the great thousand worlds. This old man has heard before that there are people who are unable to do it, but are exceptionally brutal, loving to viciously destroy flowers." The scene quietened slightly. Looking at Shi Jun and Shunning, everyone did not know what to say for a time. Doubts arose within everyone's hearts as they were no longer as certain that it was Shi Jun who had done it. Still, while the words of this Blood Dragon sect elder sounded absurd, they were not without basis. The situation could not help but become rather awkward. Whether or not Shunning was a virgin was not hard to determine due to the changes in her chi meridians. However, it was hard to say for Shi Jun. Even if he were to say it himself, he would not be able to prove it. After all, he couldn't just go and have sex with a woman on the spot, right? Fury appeared on Shi Jun's face. Shui Fei pressed down on his shoulder, swiveling his head to look at the people of the Blood Dragon sect. An elder of Chongli Mountain snorted, "Old man Wang Qin, this old man also suspects that you are unable to do it now. What do you have to say for yourself?" That Blood Dragon sect elder Wang Qin was not angered. This old man is already at this old man's age, fully focused on cultivation. "I'm already indifferent to the matters between men and women." He did not pursue the matter further, instead changing the topic as he continued, "I am naturally happy that Er's chastity has been preserved, not having been tainted by that little thief. However, this does not mean that the little thief did not have other intentions in abducting Er." Wang Qin pointed at Shi Jun. "It is him who accused our clan's disciple Nian Wei of wanting to defile Shunning. This is pure nonsense. Nian Wei and Shunning already had an engagement. It is just that the two of them were still observing etiquette. At the same time, we as their seniors were afraid that their cultivation bases were still not stable and that their self-control was insufficient. Overindulging in the matters between men and women would damage their foundations. Therefore, we did not take that step forward." Yin Zhaoge looked at Wang Qin. This person had shifted the focus of the conflict back. He wanted to prove that Nian Wei was not in the wrong. With that, the problem naturally fell on Shi Jun. At the end of the day, Shi Jun had taken the lives of quite a few Blood Dragon sect disciples. This enmity could not be resolved as a battle between the two sides was unavoidable. As for what exactly was wrong with Shi Jun, they could slowly wrangle it out later. Still, with Shi Jun at the end of the day, the Blood Dragon sect would be on the side of reason. That way, they would be able to pursue the matter of Shi Jun, killing Nian Wei and the others with great fanfare. What the Blood Dragon sect needed to fight for now was to protect their reputation and the support of the other 5 of the 7 pillars of good. Looking at Shunning now, an elder of Myriad Sword Pool said harmoniously, "Why don't you tell us what exactly happened that day, niece of the Shin family?" This old man knows that it might be a little hard for a girl to speak of, but this old man believes that Chief Shin's daughter is a responsible person. This matter involves an official case, one of the parties even dying as a result. There has to be a conclusion to this matter, a conclusion to be drawn. Looking at that elder of myriad sword pool, the people of Chongli Mountain all snorted coldly within their hearts. Ha! This level of bias. Everyone's gazes were focused on Shun Ying once more. Shun Ying's face was extremely pale as she looked at Shi Jun. When Shi Jun met her gaze, his heart sank. Shun Ying then whispered, "Senior brother Nian didn't bully me." Shi Jun's anger surged. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Shun Ying's pale face, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. Now, he felt a hand pressing down on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Yin Zhaoge. "Calm down." Yin Zhaoge's gaze was calm as water, seemingly not at all surprised by the situation before him. At the same time, the distant horizon shook. From the direction of the star-shifting sea, powerful auras appeared one after another. The one in the lead was like an evil dragon emerging from the sea. The other party quickly arrived in the vicinity of the small island, revealing themselves to be precisely Nian Chun, Shun Shicheng, and the other Blood Dragon sect experts. To be continued. Chapter 539. Looking down from above at Yin Zhaoge and Shi Jun, Nian Chen's eyes virtually seemed about to spew fire. Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth as he leisurely waved towards Nian Chun, greeting him, "Oh, Eight-Finger Dragon King, how have you been?" Everyone on the island was stunned again, and they looked at Nian Chun in astonishment. Nian Chen's face was livid as he glared at Yin Zhaoge. At this moment, the others looked at Nian Chen's somewhat stiff hands and were shocked to discover that apart from his left thumb that had been cut off many years ago, Nian Chen was also missing his right index finger. Now, he was indeed the Eight-Fingered Dragon King. However, no one could laugh. Everyone's gazes shifted back and forth between Yin Zhaoge and Nian Chun as a shocking guess arose within their minds. The Northern Ocean clone beside Yin Zhaoge relaxed his clenched fist slightly, blood-red light and golden light surging from within. It was like an extremely powerful existence was grasped firmly in the hands of the Northern Ocean clone, unable to move at all. Everyone was dumbfounded when their guesses were confirmed. Nian Chen's finger was broken by him. One of the divine weapons, the 9 dragon fingers, was also taken by him. Although they knew that the young man before them was powerful, no one had expected him to be this powerful. Shun Shicheng's gaze landed on Shun Ying. "Inger, are you all right?" Shun Ying shook her head, while Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "Your daughter was not harmed at all. Instead, it was my junior apprentice nephew who was injured rather badly." A Blood Dragon sect elder snorted. "He has killed so many of our Blood Dragon sect disciples, and he still has the face to say this?" Yin Zhaoge was shocked. "That's right, so many people besieging a single junior apprentice nephew of mine, but in the end a whole bunch of them were killed instead." That Blood Dragon sect elder's eyes bulged. "Me what?" Yin Zhaoge ignored him as his gaze fell on Shun Ying. "This Miss Shun, while Nian Wei did not bully you, did my junior apprentice nephew, Shi Jun, bully you?" Shun Ying hesitated as she lowered her head, the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners beside her all looking nervously at her. Not waiting for her to speak, Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "If my junior apprentice nephew bullied you, where did he bully you? Although you're the victim, you can't speak without evidence, right? There's so many people here. You can tell us what kind of damage you've suffered. There are many people who can verify it for you." The Blood Dragon sect's elder Wang Qin said coldly, "The fact have already proven that it was your junior apprentice nephew who abducted our sect's disciple Shun Ying. The other disciples of our sect attempted to stop him, yet were killed and injured by your junior apprentice nephew. Why did your martial nephew kidnap Shun Ying? You'll have to ask him. Shun Ying is fine now. I can only say that it's because she was discovered in time. Who knows what your martial niece is thinking? It's just that I haven't had the time to do it yet. But that doesn't change the fact that he kidnapped and killed people." Yin Zhaoge looked rather amusedly at Wang Qin. "What is the truth? Is it just based on your mouth alone?" Wang Qin raised his voice, saying, "I know that you have great strength and outstanding talent, having reached the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster level at such a young age. You even refined the remains of the northern underworld martial saint, Zhuang Kun, into a clone. But just because you're strong, do you think you can cover up for your martial nephew's murder? You must know that there is justice in this world. If you kill me today and seal my mouth, can you kill everyone under the heavens and seal the mouths of the myriad life forms under the heavens? Wang Qin looked solemnly at Yin Zhaoge. While you're strong, you probably don't have that ability, right? Your sudden appearance shocked the entire vast ocean world. If you say that rampaging beneath the heavens and causing all heroes to bow down to you, suppressing everyone to the point of not daring to make a sound is your goal, you are really underestimating the people of this world. Yin Zhaoge's expression was tranquil as he was not vexed, instead looking rather interestedly at Wang Qin. The other party's words were clearly trying to pit this outsider who had suddenly appeared against the entire vast ocean world. Yin Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly, "This Yin is not underestimating the people of this world. Still, some people are indeed hard for me to think highly of, such as your sect." The people of the Blood Dragon sect all looked at Yin Zhaoge with hostility. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "Don't look at me like that. Face is given by others, but you have to fight for it yourself." He waved his hand, gesturing for Shi Jun to come to his side before patting his shoulder. The truth of the matter is actually only known by these two people involved. And now, they're also each sticking to their own version of the matter. I naturally believe my junior apprentice nephew's words. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Wang Qin and the others. Nian Wei is already dead. At the end of the day, he was the grandson of your sect's longtime disciple, Elder Chun. Whether it is for his reputation or for the reputation of your sect as a whole, Shining no longer pursued the matter, instead distorting the truth and pointing the spearhead at my junior apprentice nephew. Shining pursed her lips tightly as the other Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners all roared furiously. Yin Zhaoge ignored them as he continued. Still, she could only clean up Nian Wei at most. Wanted to slander my junior apprentice nephew. What did she slander? At most, she only took her away. Other than that, my junior apprentice nephew did not touch a single hair on her. If we really have to follow your logic, perhaps it could be explained this way. My junior apprentice nephew brought your disciple, Shen Ying, along with him as a witness without harming a single hair on her. Witness what? Witness how useless the other disciples of your sect are. Yin Zhaoge said casually, not being able to beat my junior apprentice nephew in a one-on-one fight, not even being able to beat her in a group fight, losing her life one after another. Your sect really should properly reflect on how it teaches its disciples. Otherwise, it is too easy for them to die outside. What do you think of this? The people of the Blood Dragon sect were all greatly enraged, even Wang Qin's entire body trembling with rage. The spectating sects all exchanged glances, their expressions all rather complex. Those of Water Crystal Palace did not speak, while the leading elder of the Spirit Returning sect chuckled. This can also be explained. At this point, the truth was becoming more and more unclear. However, the spectators were not fools, as many guesses gradually arose within their hearts. The entire matter gradually became a mess. They might not believe Shi Jun's words, but even with Shen Ying's testimony, they were still filled with doubt towards the Blood Dragon sect's words. Shi Jun's breathing eased slightly. While he was unable to truly regain his innocence and expose the lies of Nian Wei and the Blood Dragon sect, he finally felt like he had seen the light of day after the clouds had been dispelled at this moment. While he felt rather unresigned, he knew that with Shen Ying not personally telling the truth, this was probably already the best possible outcome. At the very least, if he still roamed the vast ocean world in the future, he would not have to bear the stigma of being a rapist. Shi Jun had just wanted to speak when Yin Zhaoge's sound transmission suddenly resounded by his ear. Don't speak. This is only the beginning. Nian Chun, who had been silent ever since he had appeared, just staring fixatedly at Yin Zhaoge and Shi Jun, now said coldly, "Youngsters who do not know the height of the heavens and the boundlessness of the earth will indeed die very easily." His voice resembled the roar of a vicious dragon as it shook the ears of everyone present to the point of ringing. Nianchen directly clawed towards Shijun. This old man's grandson has died. This enmity is irreconcilable. This old man will use your heart as a sacrifice to Wei Er's spirit in heaven. Nianchen's gaze was cruel to the extreme. No one can stop me. A figure flickered, appearing between Yin Shun, Yin Zhaoge, and Shijun. It was precisely Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. As opposed to fighting, it is actually more beneficial for you to wrangle verbally. Yin Zhaoge said in an indifferent tone, I have come to retrieve those remaining fingers that I left on your hand. You dare to touch my martial nephew? You think you can do it? Chapter 540. In order to avoid being affected by the battle between the Saint Realm warriors, everyone else retreated to the side. Yin Zhaoge looked at Su Fei, secretly sending him some words via sound transmission. Shui Fei's eyes flickered as he nodded. The Northern Ocean clone soared into the air, his arm shaking like a rock leaving the water as he integrated the Northern Ocean Divine Spear into his fist arts. He punched out, and it was as if a huge spear had pierced through heaven and earth, attacking Nianchen. Nianchen's spiritual martial avatar reappeared above his head, forming a dragon-headed, human-bodied image. A 9-fingered claw swiped down. The saint weapon, 9 dragon fingers, flashed brilliantly on his blood dragon avatar's claws, but with only 8 dragon fingers left, its power was inevitably weakened. The situation of the 9 dragon fingers was special. The 9 fingers were one. Even if they were separated, they could still sense each other. If one finger was missing, the power of the holy weapon would be weaker than when it was at its peak. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, You can't even do 9 fingers, much less 8? Nianchen chuckled and exhaled loudly. All the acupoints in his body vibrated together. Blood dragons rose from his acupoints and let out deafening roars. Nianchen's Adam's apple moved. The blood dragons on his body did the same, their Adam's apples moving. Every blood dragon's throat swelled up like a lump, like a tumor. In the next moment, thousands of blood dragons opened their mouths and roared. Beads of blood shot out from their mouths and exploded in the air. Secret martial art of the Blood Dragon sect, Blood Dragon Spitting Pearl. In the past, Yin Zhaoge had once seen the Essence Spirit martial grandmaster of the Blood Dragon sect, Hai Jingjie, execute this technique, his strength instantly rising greatly. Now that the transcendent martial grandmaster Nianchen had activated this technique, a dense blood mist instantly enveloped the world. All the blood mist was absorbed by the Blood Dragon avatar above Nianchen's head. Gradually, the Blood Dragon avatar's throat bulged. As the Blood Dragon avatar opened its mouth, a large blood bead emerged. Rays of blood-red light flashed, dyeing the surrounding void red. The blood bead was huge and dazzling. It hung in the air like a blood-colored sun. The blood droplets exploded and countless rays of blood-red light fell onto the 8 dragon fingers. The power of the saint weapon was immediately stimulated to an even greater degree. As the claw descended, 8 blood-red cracks seemed to appear within the sky before converging and pressuring toward a certain point, their target being precisely Yin Zhaoge and the others. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as the Northern Ocean clone's figure shook amid space, his iron fist that resembled the tip of a spear drawing a semicircle in the air. As soon as this semicircle appeared, the entire world seemed to be enveloped within it, and the 8 blood-colored claw marks were no exception. The blood-red claw scars shot madly outwards, while the Northern Ocean clone's Northern Ocean Divine Spear moved in an arc, blocking all 8 of the blood-red claw scars as the two clashed intensely amid space. The Northern Ocean clone stood proudly where he was, while Nianchen's Blood Dragon avatar shook as it was shaken to the point of being unable to stand stably. Still, Yin Zhaoge did not look pleased with himself, as his heart instead jolted slightly. In the distance, a black gas suddenly split the sea and slashed towards the small island. In the sky, Nianchen said coldly, "Young man, you have offended too many people. I am not the only one who wants to deal with you." Yin Zhaoge did not look surprised. Someone of the evil, shifting sect? The black saber chi before him was not foreign to Yin Zhaoge. It was the supreme martial art of the evil, shifting sect, the profound dark saber chi. The terrifying black saber chi chopped towards the small island. The surrounding region of sea split apart as the small island was instantly cleaved into two. The rocks split apart as the saber chi broke through all obstructions like tofu, wanting to hack Yin Zhaoge and the small island into two. The Northern Ocean clone did not move as green light flickered within Yin Zhaoge's sleeve. The green abyss sword emitting a dragon's roar as it transformed into a majestic green dragon, blocking the terrifying black saber chi. The black saber chi shattered, a blood-red light flickering amidst the dense darkness. The newcomer saber arts contained saber arts, the saber chi of a blood sea concealed within the depths of the profound dark saber chi. A streak of blood-red light domineeringly hacked towards the throat of the green dragon formed of Yin Zhaoge's swordlight, leaving behind a line of blood on its neck. The line of blood rapidly extended, wanting to decapitate the green dragon. Yin Zhaoge's gaze emitted a cold light as the scales on the green dragon's entire body pulsed together, a green glow enveloping the heavens and covering the earth being released. A shocking cold light also erupted from the dragon's eyes, a long roar that pierced through the 9 heavens resounding as the green dragon roiled, its sword light expanding madly. Yin Zhaoge's 9 heavens changed, the coiling dragon sleeve being pushed to the maximum, withstanding the attack of the opponent's blood sea saber chi. The next moment, the green dragon's entire body suddenly curled up, instantly seeming to vanish as it was concealed amidst the clouds, its head nowhere to be seen. After that streak of blood-red light had halted, wanting to exert force again, it had lost its target. Beneath the cloud dragon concealed sword, the green dragon formed of the sword light was large at times while small at others, changing and soaring as it erupted once more in the next instant, coiling around that streak of blood-red light before forcefully twisting it. The terrifying, mournful blood-red light from earlier instantly shattered. However, amidst the shattered blood-red light, a saber in the form of white bone suddenly appeared. This white bone saber mightily hacked down on the body of the green dragon. Next, a person whose entire body was enveloped by bone armor appeared. The bone armor was completely filled with savage bone spikes, causing him to look incomparably terrifying. His ferocious, baleful chi caused everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Chief of the evil, shifting sect, heavenly evil Feng Jingsheng. The newcomer was precisely the number 4 of the vast ocean world's top 10 transcending mortality experts. The chief of the evil, shifting sect of the 6 evil sects, Feng Jingsheng. The evil, shifting sect's supreme martial art, the dim, shifting white bone saber, was executed by him, his true martial avatar virtually becoming one with him. With a single saber, he wanted to slay the green dragon formed of Yin Zhaoge's sword along with Yin Zhaoge himself. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change, as the cold light within his eyes was instead retracted, turning chaotic and empty. Numerous essence talismans condensed between the heavens and the earth before transforming into a profound spirit formation, hovering at the tip of Yin Zhaoge's sword. The green dragon was nowhere to be seen, all things seemingly returning to chaos. Chaos was extinguished, an incomparably terrifying power being birthed, merging within this sword of Yin Zhaoge's. As the sabers and swords clashed, a fierce force dispersed to the sides, directly splitting the small island down below into two with the two as the boundary, even extending towards the great sea to the left and right, splitting the Jade Sea apart. Seeing Yin Zhaoge's spirit formation, after their initial shock, everyone was stunned. Mid-Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster. Didn't he just become an early Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster in the Deep Sea Corridor? Evil Shifting Sect Master Feng Jingsheng's face was covered by his bone armor, and his expression could not be seen clearly, but his eyes that were exposed were also filled with astonishment. Everyone felt a chill within their hearts as they looked at Yin Zhaoge, not having thought at all that the Northern Ocean clone being held back by Nian Shun and the Nine Dragon Fingers, with the other transcending mortality martial grandmaster actually unable to succeed in his attack on Yin Zhaoge. Now, however, the sound of thunder resounded in the distance once more, a heavy sound approaching from the depths of the sea before erupting beneath Yin Zhaoge's feet. The small island below was completely destroyed, and tens of thousands of lightning bolts soared into the sky. Yin Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits. Such a martial art, in a vast ocean world, belongs to the brilliant thunder sect of the six evil sects? I've never dealt with this sect before. His thoughts flashing at lightning speed, Yin Zhaoge's movements were not slow in the slightest as he executed finger-flicking shocking thunder, instantly exerting force once more. As the sword descended, the lightning was completely shattered. To be continued. Chapter 541. As the light of thunder shattered and exploded unceasingly, a figure whose entire body was entangled with thunderbolts shot out from below, also lunging towards Yin Zhaoge. That momentum was even fiercer than the evil, shifting sect leader Feng Jingsheng. One of the six evil paths, the sect master of the brilliant thunder sect, Crimson Thunder King, Gung Hui. First amongst the top 10 transcending mortality experts of the vast ocean world. Without a martial saint or a sacred artifact, who could stand against the head of the forces of evil, Gung Hui? In terms of cultivation base and strength, he was only inferior to the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, Zhao Zhong, the chief of the Water Crystal Palace, Lin Shi, and the chief of the Sacred Evil sect, Lin Qianqing. Even Yin Shun and Feng Jingsheng were slightly surprised by Gung Hui's appearance. Nian Shun was first shocked before rejoicing as he stared at Yin Zhaoge, saying coldly, "Let alone that little beast surnamed Shi, you should first worry about whether or not you can leave this place alive." The other Righteous Path martial practitioners frowned as they looked at the brilliant Thunder Sect's sect master Gung Hui and the evil Shifting Sect's sect master Feng Jingsheng. The Water Crystal Palace elder who had been silent all this while suddenly became displeased. "Elder Chong, you've joined hands with the six evil paths?" Nian Chun said coldly. "This Yin brat killed Fong Can, but how many of our Righteous Paths people did he kill? How can he not be considered a demon? I don't care what other people's reasons are, but he protected the murderer who killed my grandson. So he is my mortal enemy. After exterminating this brat, what happens to the brilliant Thunder Sect and the evil Shifting Sect is another matter. Right now, no one can stop me from taking revenge." With that, the blood dragon avatar above his head descended with a ferocious momentum, wanting to restrict Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. The power of his sacred artifact was unleashed to the maximum as he once again executed the supreme martial art of the Blood Dragon sect, the Nine Dragon Slaughtering Divine Claw. While there were only 8 dragons left, aided by the Blood Dragon's Spitting Pearl's secret art, its ferocity still surged to the heavens. At the same time, a jade-green light appeared in the distance. A ray of light appeared in front of him in an instant. "My spirit Rhino Island is willing to lend a helping hand if the Dragon King wishes to get rid of the little devil." Amidst his words, a white-haired old man appeared before surging jade light descended towards Yin Zhaoge. It was a longtime expert of Spirit Rhino Island, the other transcending mortality martial grandmaster of Spirit Rhino Island aside from Fong Can, Guanli. Guanli stared at Yin Zhaoge. "You killed our chief and snatched our clan's supreme treasure, the Spirit Rhino Orb. Now that the heavens are clear, it is time for you to receive your retribution." Although this old man was not ranked among the top 10 transcendental martial artists, as a transcendental martial grandmaster, his cultivation base was also powerful and could not be underestimated. Surrounded by enemies, Yin Zhaoge instead laughed loudly. Other than the appearance of the chief of the brilliant Thunder sect, Gung Hui, being somewhat unexpected, Yin Zhaoge's expression had not changed at all. Seeing Guanli appear, he laughed loudly. "Good that you've come." Facing this claw of Nian Chen's, the Northern Ocean clone did not forcibly clash head-on for the first time, instead retreating. Nian Shan was shocked as he saw the Northern Ocean clone unleash his strength and speed, breaking free of the concept of space and time that was grasped by the nine-dragon slaughtering divine claw as he directly transformed into an illusory shadow and retreated. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Without anything to worry about, let's fight to our heart's content. The Northern Ocean clone evaded Yin Chun, retreating to Yin Zhaoge's side. He opened his palm, resembling stealing the heavens and changing the sun as a universe was concealed within it, seemingly infinite in size. Yin Zhaoge, Su Fei, Shi Jun, and the other Changli Mountain martial practitioners all entered within, being kept within the Northern Ocean clone's palm. Then, the Northern Ocean clone did not linger in the slightest as he flickered, evading Yin Chen once more before abruptly shooting towards the three martial grandmasters, Feng Jingsheng, Geng Hui, and Guan Li. His first target was the weakest of the three, Guan Li. At this moment, the Northern Ocean clone seemed to have transformed into the ferocious beast of legend, instantly ripping through the heavens and the earth as he arrived before Guan Li. Guan Li was greatly shocked. The projections of the spirit rhino palm and the speed of the spiritual light manifestation technique that he was proficient in did not hold any advantage before the Northern Ocean divine spear. As he retreated in panic, one of the arms of Guan Li's true martial avatar was directly smashed apart by the Northern Ocean clone with a single punch. The earlier all-encompassing attacks that covered the heavens and covered the earth came to an abrupt halt at this moment, resembling a joke. Seeing this scene, the ferocity of Yin Chun and the others that surged to the heavens dimmed as well. The Northern Ocean clone opened his mouth, Yin Zhaoge's voice resounding. Yin Chun, you really don't learn from your mistakes, huh? You seem to have forgotten why you lost me last time. Wanting to surround and attack my Northern Ocean clone, one of you needs to be able to keep up with me at the very least. Otherwise, to me, there isn't much of a difference between a one-on-one fight and a group brawl. If that old man of Spirit Rhino Island was a martial saint or possessed a sacred artifact, you might have some chance. The Northern Ocean clone laughed loudly as he shot into the skies, evading Yin Chen's attack once more. Currently, he was no longer battling Yin Chen at all as he instead targeted the three martial grandmasters, Feng Jingsheng, Geng Hui, and Guan Li. Yin Chen's face was livid with rage. It was not that he was unaware of the advantage that the Northern Ocean clone possessed in terms of speed. Therefore, he had executed the nine-dragon slaughtering divine claw as soon as he had arrived, hoping to restrict the Northern Ocean clone's range of movement. However, what shocked Yin Chen was the fact that the Northern Ocean clone's speed actually seemed to have increased as compared to the last time they had clashed. If it was still his previous speed, he might still have a chance of trapping the Northern Ocean clone. Now, however, even going all out, he would only be able to catch up to him and eat his dust. How could he know that other than his original Northern Ocean divine spear, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had also been cultivating in the Fuyao art of pre-Great Calamity times recently, his speed having risen to a whole new level. Usually, even Guan Li, who was not ranked amongst the top 10 transcending mortality martial grandmasters, would still be domineering in the vast ocean world. Without the sacred artifact, the nine dragon fingers, Geng Hui's strength was above Yin Chen's, and Feng Jingsheng's strength was comparable to Yin Chen's as well. However, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was currently as fast as lightning, beating the three transcending mortality martial grandmasters to the point that they were unable to even raise their heads. Yin Chun hated Shi Jun and Yin Zhaoge to the extreme as he chased after Yin Zhaoge relentlessly. However, the Northern Ocean clone suddenly gave up on Geng Hui and the other two, shooting towards Yin Chun. Blocking the nine-fingered claw of Yin Chen's blood dragon avatar with one fist, his other hand grabbed onto one of its claws. Yin Chun let out a tragic cry as yet another finger was broken. 7 more. The Northern Ocean clone laughed loudly. I said that those fingers of yours were merely something that I placed on your palm. Geng Hui and the other two made use of this chance to attack. The Northern Ocean clone, however, did not linger in battle as he gave up on Yin Chen once more, adopting a dodging stance once more. Amidst his whistling, The Northern Ocean clone found a chance to shake off the enraged Yin Shun, shooting towards the chief of the brilliant thunder sect, Gung Hui. His entire body enveloped in thunderbolts, Gung Hui punched out simultaneously with his fists, resisting Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. Two fists meeting the Northern Ocean clone's one. The joints of Gung Hui's entire body emitted explosive crackling sounds. He clenched his teeth, numerous streaks of violent thunder suffusing the air as the massive nine heavens blazing thunder avatar resembled a god of thunder descending from the heavens, forcibly resisting the Northern Ocean clone's Northern Ocean divine spear. As the #1 expert of the vast ocean world beneath the martial saint realm, Gung Hui displayed his shocking strength. The Northern Ocean clone smiled coldly, exerting force with his fists once more. The mighty, boundlessly massive fish bobbed within the roiling black sea, its majestic, immense force instantly causing cracks to appear on the body of Gung Hui's nine heavens blazing thunder avatar. The Kuanpeng, other than its godly speed of 10,000 kilometers, also possessed immense strength that presided arrogantly over the 8 Desolaces. To be continued. Chapter 542. The Northern Ocean clone mightily exerted force, blood leaking from the corner of Gung Hui's mouth as he toppled backwards. Strange fiery red thunderbolts suddenly appeared on his body, the flames and the thunderbolts seeming to merge as one as they were blazing with extreme yang as they blocked the terrifying Northern Ocean divine spear before him. The Northern Ocean clone's gaze flickered slightly. Making use of Gung Hui blocking the Northern Ocean clone's attack and his movements temporarily slowing, Yin Shun, Feng Jingsheng, and Guanli hurriedly unleashed their full strength, attacking towards the Northern Ocean clone. As the thunder and fire on Gung Hui's entire body dissipated and he vomited blood in retreat, the Northern Ocean clone suddenly turned, already slamming into the area enveloped by Feng Jingsheng's saber chi at lightning speed. Feng Jingsheng's expression changed slightly as he saw the sharp claws of Yin Chen's blood dragon avatar already reaching the back of Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's head. The ferocity of this chief of the evil shifting sect was stimulated. He no longer retreated and evaded as he unleashed the dim, shifting white bone saber to the maximum, chopping towards the Northern Ocean clone. Die! The Northern Ocean clone smiled coldly, punching the saber, shaking it off course before attacking with his other hand. His arm seemed to have transformed into an indestructible spear at this moment as the fearsome, terrifying bone armor on Feng Jingsheng's body was densely covered with bone spikes, breaking apart one by one. The Northern Ocean clone merged his spear arts into his fist arts, raising his arm as he broke through Feng Jingsheng's bone armor. Amidst Feng Jingsheng's shock, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone shot into the skies, barely avoiding Yin Chen's dragon claws behind him. However, not waiting for Feng Jingsheng to heave a sigh of relief, the Northern Ocean clone suddenly raised his hand, a purple bow appearing within it as thunder rumbled unceasingly. High-grade spirit artifact, Heaven Shocker. The Northern Ocean clone drew the bow before releasing it. 2 streaks of blood-red lightning that flickered with golden light breaking through the air. While the accuracy of a martial saint's bow was ordinary, that violent amount of power was sufficient. 1 streak of blood-red light first shattered Feng Jingsheng's true martial avatar completely before the other landed on his shoulder, virtually shattering it along with his entire arm. Lowering his head with great effort, he shockingly discovered that it was actually the 2 dragon fingers that had heavily injured him. The 2 9 dragon fingers that he had wrested from Yin Shun had been used by Yin Zhaoge as arrows, instantly beating the chief of the evil shifting sect, Feng Jingsheng, to the point where he was barely alive. Yin Shin was stunned for a moment. He suddenly reached out to pluck the dragon finger glove off Feng Jingsheng's body, and then hurriedly went to look for another one. Feng Jingsheng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he let out a miserable groan. However, his voice was drowned out by another tragic, heart-rending cry. In the distance, the Northern Ocean clone kept Heaven Shocker, making use of the time when Yin Shun was no longer pursuing him to instantly lunge before Spirit Rhino Island's Guanli. Then, this transcending mortality martial grandmaster of Spirit Rhino Island had the Northern Ocean clone forcibly rip apart his true martial avatar. Yin Shun wanted to retrieve the two dragon finger gloves, but the Northern Ocean clone had already arrived beside him, the terrifying Northern Ocean divine spear shooting towards the back of Yin Shun's head. "You're going too far," Yin Shun roared helplessly, turning to meet the Northern Ocean clone head-on. He had used the blood dragon spitting orbs technique to forcibly raise his strength. However, while this secret technique could allow a martial practitioner's strength to skyrocket for a short period of time, it would cause him to fall into a state of weakness afterwards, being equivalent to overdrafting his own strength. Now that the effects of the blood dragon spitting orbs had gradually faded, Yin Shun was even less of a match for the Northern Ocean clone as he was jolted backwards in retreat. The Northern Ocean clone made a grabbing motion within the air, one of the dragon finger gloves that he had shot out earlier returning to his hand. Seeing Yin Shun sitting like he was sitting on pins and needles as he grasped the other dragon finger gloves that he had found with great difficulty, Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly. "Is there any use in taking it back? Do you still have enough fingers to wear it?" Yin Shun was angered to the point that his entire body trembled. Swiveling his head, he saw the chief of the brilliant thunder sect, Gung Hui, clearly having already given up on clashing with Yin Zhaoge as he hurriedly fled. Of the remaining Feng Jingsheng and Guanli, they were either dead or injured. While his rage and hatred still blazed intensely, despair and fear also arose within Yin Shen's heart at this moment. He helplessly let out a long howl. A sword light lit up in the distance, a vast, vigorous aura emanating over. That was the aura of the sacred artifact, the floating, sinking sword. Yin Shen finally could not help but show weakness to myriad sword pools Yin Gang for help. This indicated that his life was in danger. Yin Gang had always been on guard against the appearance of the number one expert of good, the chief of the Crystal Palace, Lin Shi. However, he could only helplessly hurry over now. If something happened to Yin Shun and the 9 dragon fingers, he would inevitably be alone. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone seemed not to care about the sword light of the floating, sinking sword in the distance, as he instead arrived beside the heavily injured Feng Jingsheng, punching downwards, penetrating his chest amidst Feng Jingsheng's despairing howl. The Northern Ocean clone smiled coldly, exerting force with his palm as he seemed to be slowly extracting something from Feng Jingsheng's chest. Yin Shun and the vast ocean world martial practitioners who were spectating this battle from afar all felt a chill run down their spines at this moment. The Northern Ocean clone had actually completely extracted out Feng Jingsheng's spine. The shattered white bones of Feng Jingsheng's scattered dim net white bone avatar, as well as the fragments of his high-grade spirit artifact, the dim net bone armor, were now all attracted to this spine by a formless force. The Northern Ocean clone waved his hand, the white bone in his hand straightening as it lengthening unceasingly. Finally, condensed by the concept of his Northern Ocean divine spear, it actually transformed into a thick white bone spear. The spear rotated, mightily piercing straight towards Yin Shun. Yin Shun was greatly shocked as his blood dragon avatar hurriedly executed the 9 dragon fingers to meet the attack. However, this spear was clearly faster and stronger than before. Originally already in a weakened state, Yin Shun, who could only wield 7 of his fingers, was instantly unable to withstand it as the 9-finger claw of the blood dragon avatar was smashed apart by this spear. The martial art that I cultivate in is known as the Northern Ocean Divine Spear. The Northern Ocean clone smiled with a baleful aura. While spear arts can be integrated into fist arts, you don't really think that it is the same for me with a spear in hand as when I am barehanded, right? Yin Shun stumbled backwards, the sword light of the floating, sinking sword already right before his eyes. Yin Zhaoge, however, did not care about this. The Northern Ocean clone spear was faster than the previous as it directly shattered Yin Shen's blood dragon avatar completely. Yin Shen spurted blood, staring at Yin Zhaoge. He hissed, "Don't get too full of yourself. Your enemies also include evil Saint Lin Qiansheng. Yin Gang wielded the floating sinking sword, his expression solemn as his sword light expanded magnificently, attempting to prevent Yin Zhaoge from killing Yin Chun. However, the Northern Ocean clone seemed completely unconcerned about the terrifying sword light of the floating sinking sword as he pierced straight through Yin Chen's chest with his spear. As the torrential sword light descended above his head, the Northern Ocean clone wielded his spear with one hand, flicking his wrist with the other, the earth-devouring burner flashing as he forcibly received Yin Gang's sword. The sword light was swallowed by the earth-devouring burner. The earth-devouring burner let out a wung sound, and then there was no longer any change. Yin Gang's heart trembled. It can even swallow the power of a holy weapon. On the other side, Yin Chen's chest was pierced by the white bone spear, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. However, amidst this mouthful of blood, a golden beetle flew out. The golden beetle transformed into a streak of golden light, enveloping Yin Chun and the 9 dragon fingers before quickly breaking through space and disappearing. Seeing this, everyone discussed spiritedly. That should be the final life-saving talisman of the 9-fingered dragon king Yin Chun, the light stream golden bug. Yin Gang expanded his sword light, resembling numerous silk ribbons as they coiled amid space. He did not seek to gain any merit as he only sought to obstruct Yin Zhaoge's path, preventing him from pursuing Yin Chun. Seeing the golden light vanish, the Northern Ocean clone smiled, not feeling vexed at all. Seeing this, Yin Gang's heart suddenly leapt up. To be continued. Chapter 543. Yin Gang wielded the floating sinking sword. His sword light expanded, resembling a net that covered the heavens and the earth as it seemed endless and endless. He knew that Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was too fast. If he really wanted to flee, he would not be able to catch up. While the Lightstream Golden Bug had saved Yin Chen's life and sent him away, it had not been able to send him too far. At the same time, Yin Chun was already heavily injured. With the Northern Ocean clone's speed, he would be able to catch up very quickly. Therefore, Yin Gang had expanded his sword now. One word could be used to describe this: delaying Yin Zhaoge's pursuit, giving Yin Chun time to flee. Time was more or less up. It was time for him to retreat. While Spirit Rhino Island was close to his Myriad Sword Pool itself had no enmity with Yin Zhaoge. At this moment, having witnessed Yin Zhaoge's strength, Yin Gang was even less inclined to fight to the death with him. Having seen Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone battle with Yin Chun and the others, even those of Spirit Rhino Island had completely given up on him now. Without 2 or more martial saint experts attacking together, they would not be able to do anything to Yin Zhaoge at all. The spectators in the distance were unable to regain their wits for a time. Led by Yin Chun, who wielded the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, a group of experts attacked. Yin Gang also holding down the fort by the side with the sacred artifact, the floating sinking sword. Even if the other martial saint experts of the vast ocean world came, they would still have to deal with them carefully. It might be possible for them to retreat unscathed, but remaining where they were, forcibly defeating their opponents to the point that they either died or fled. This left everyone feeling shocked. Seeing Yin Chun flee, Yin Zhaoge did not seem to be in a rush. The white bone spear in the Northern Ocean clone's hands repelled the sword light of the floating sinking sword, his gaze sweeping the surrounding area. Looking at the surrounding crowd, the smile at the corners of his mouth grew more evident. Seeing Yin Zhaoge like this, Yin Gang felt doubtful. Now, a commotion suddenly arose amongst the spectators in the distance as everyone was in an uproar. A Myriad Sword Pool martial practitioner was unable to hold himself back as he neared the terrifying battlefield, yelling, "Chief, the forces of evil have gathered. Our forces of good are in danger." Yin Gang was shocked. What's going on? The Myriad Sword Pool martial practitioner composed himself, saying, "The chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, slaying the 7 Seas Zhao Zhong, the evil Saint Lin Qiansheng, as well as soul-shocking island sacred artifact, the soul-shocking box, first broke through the headquarters of the Blood Dragon sect before attacking the Water Crystal Palace in the East Sea. Palace Lord Lin of the Water Crystal Palace had originally already set off for the star-shifting sea, but returned after receiving the news. Although his myriad sword pool had not suffered a calamity, Yin Gang could not help but feel his heart tighten. With Lin Shi holding the fort in the Water Crystal Palace, he might be able to barely take on the two of them at the same time. However, facing the Dragon Slayer sect, the Sacred Evil sect, and the soul-shocking island at the same time was beyond their abilities. The Blood Dragon sect had already suffered a great blow to its vitality. If Water Crystal Palace were to fall as well, his myriad sword pool would not be able to do much on its own. Yin Gang furiously swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone muttered to himself. The Dragon Slayer sect and soul-shocking island making a move was within expectations. Lin Qiansheng really is courageous. Today is the 8th of the month, and the day after tomorrow, he will be at his weakest period. Let alone the forces of good, even the Dragon Slayer sect and soul-shocking island might make a move on him at any time. Noticing Yin Gang's gaze, the Northern Ocean clone chuckled. Lin Qiansheng and the others not coming here to look for me is a smart choice. Seeing that the situation is not right, I'll just leave. Still, the monks of your sects can run, but not the temples. It is normal for people like Nian Shan to come looking for trouble with me, for the likes of the evil, shifting sects Feng Jingsheng and Spirit Rhino Islands Guanli. However, to place his hopes on Lin Qiansheng and the others, does he think that Lin Qiansheng is as foolish as him? Yin Gang sighed, keeping his sword light as he fled into the distance. Yin Zhaoge did not stop him. A great battle seemed to have finally come to an end. Some of the spectators were currently panic-stricken. Some hurriedly left, hurrying back to their sects, while others looked at Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone with complex expressions on their faces. Most of the martial practitioners of Water Crystal Palace had returned to their East Sea, with only a few remaining behind. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, along with those of the Spirit Returning sect, they found it rather hard to speak up. Still, they said, I hope that Mr. Yin can lend us a helping hand on account of us being of the same Tao. With the three heavyweights of the forces of evil pressuring them together, even with myriad sword pools Yin Gang lending a hand, the odds of victory in the Battle of Water Crystal Palace would still only be 50-50. The forces of good might even be at a slight disadvantage. With Nian Shan being heavily injured and the forces of good suffering a blow, Lin Qiansheng and the others will be able to freely switch battlefields and leave Water Crystal Palace. Lin Shi and Yin Gang would be at an even greater disadvantage. As those of the other sects looked at Yin Zhaoge, some resentment arose within their hearts as they felt that it was Yin Zhaoge who had caused internal strife on the side of good. Still, they dare not say anything at this moment. The Northern Ocean clone seemed like there was no one around as he pondered towards the heavens for a moment before he suddenly laughed. As long as Yin Gang can return in time, Water Crystal Palace will not be in danger. Lin Qiansheng is a character. Such a character will always seek to maximize his own benefits, always wanting to obtain more. Hearing his words, the others were instantly taken aback. As for Nian Shan, haha, what comes next is the most exciting part. The Northern Ocean clone laughed, his posture leisurely as he was not in a rush at all. In the distance, a streak of golden light suddenly arrived before vanishing. A figure fell from within, his entire body covered in blood as his silver hair was scattered about, as he appeared to be in an extremely sorry state. It was precisely the number 3 of the vast ocean world's top 10 transcending mortality martial practitioners, the lofty number 1 expert of the Blood Dragon sect, Nian Shan. Currently, he resembled a wounded wild beast as he coughed unceasingly, fresh blood spurting out of his mouth unceasingly. While the Lightstream Golden Worm had saved his life, he was still only left with half a life. Nian Shan painstakingly looked at the 9 dragon fingers that he had managed to snatch back with great difficulty, wanting to cry, but having no tears to shed. Having entered and exited his sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers was still only left with 8 fingers, while he himself only had 7. Losing a finger was not a big deal. It was not that he would no longer be able to use the 9 dragon fingers. However, wanting to refine that 9 dragon fingers that he had snatched back, he would not be able to do so within a short period of time. Yin Zhaoga. Sure, June. Nian Chun felt as though his heart was dripping blood. Now, someone approached. Nian Chen's heart tightened, but he relaxed after seeing who it was. Master, how are you? Shin Shicheng came to Nian Chen's side. Nian Chun waved his hands. This old man is formidable. This old man is powerless to continue battling. Let's first return to the mountain, then we can discuss this further. Before he had finished, Nian Chen's expression suddenly changed greatly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at his chest in horror. There was a hand there, and the 5 fingers were like sharp blades, piercing into his abdomen. Shin Shicheng looked calmly at Nian Chun. Take care, master. You evil disciple. Nian Chen was greatly enraged. While he was heavily injured, he still possessed the 9 dragon fingers at the end of the day, as he wanted to go all out to kill Shin Shicheng. However, a bright red light suddenly surged from Shin Shicheng's body, enveloping the two as the 9 dragon fingers instantly grew sluggish, not listening to Nian Chen's commands. Blood dragon stones. Nian Chen was slightly taken aback before he then laughed furiously. Good. You were indeed long since prepared. Shin Shicheng said calmly. That's right. Otherwise, how would I have dared to make a move? Nian Chen said coldly. Do you think that you are very smart? There are powerful enemies outside, and you still want to cause internal strife. You want to destroy the 1,000-year foundation of my blood dragon sect. At that time, do you think that you will have a good ending? Without external enemies, how can I kill you? Shin Shicheng said mildly. You think too highly of yourself. To our sect, what we cannot do without is the 9 dragon fingers. As long as the 9 dragon fingers still exist, there is actually not much of a difference without you or me. Shin Shicheng's tone turned cold. Having lost a set of the 9 dragon fingers, you are the greatest sinner of our sect. Nian Chen coughed out a mouthful of blood. Why? Just because others joked about the title of chief. Shin Shicheng shook his head. More than 10 years ago, before I took over the position of chief, I had always been anticipating this day. I told myself that if you transcended mortality and entered sainthood before I found a chance, I would put down my hatred for the sake of the sect. Sadly, you were slower than me. Chapter 544. Hatred? Exactly why? Nian Chen looked disbelievingly at Shin Shicheng. Shin Shicheng's expression did not change in the slightest. That Yin Zhaoga might catch up at any time, and others of our sect might arrive as well. Forgive this disciple for not being able to let you die in peace. This disciple has no need to tell you about my many years of hatred. As long as I can send you on your way, I am satisfied. Amidst his words, Shin Shicheng's fingers formed a claw, clawing deeply into the flesh of Nian Chen's chest, his powerful true essence unceasingly shattering Nian Chen's internal organs and life force. Nian Chen spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, his originally silvery white hair already dull and dim, losing its luster. The former number 1 expert of the Blood Dragon sect was currently enveloped by a layer of lethargy. Perhaps it was the final radiance of the setting sun. Even as his body grew weaker and weaker, Nian Chen felt that his thoughts were exceptionally sharp. In that instant before his death, inspiration flashed through his mind. Some problems that he had not paid attention to before all surfaced within his mind. Everything was a trap from the very beginning. Nian Chen glared furiously at Shin Shicheng. Your daughter is still a virgin. That little bastard surnamed Shi did not touch her at all. Even those of our sect mostly thought that it was the usually profligate way or who had intended to lay his hands on your daughter, only making a false accusation after his plans were foiled by that Shijun. It was just that everyone insisted that it was that Shijun who did it for the sake of this old man's and our sect's reputation in order to win the support of the other sections. Nian Chen said with difficulty, Still, as his grandfather, I know that Wei truly admires your daughter. Unless there is a special reason, he would not have used force. That little bastard surnamed sure did not use force, and Wei would not as well. What's the problem then? Nian Chen's eyes looked like they were about to implode. Usually, this old man would still think that Wei Er's mind might have been temporarily muddled. Now, however, it is you and that lowly servant of yours. It is all you. Shen Shicheng looked rather surprisedly at Yin Shun, seemingly sighing emotionally. That is why I said that I did not approve of Ying Er's method at the start. It was too risky. If it had not succeeded, Master might have reacted afterwards. At the very least, your suspicions might have arisen. However, I have to admit that if I were here, I would only be waiting bitterly for an opportunity. Perhaps the result of waiting for my entire life would be that I would not have another opportunity after you became a martial sage. When the opportunity comes, I can grasp it, but Ying is a person who can create opportunities. I'm not as good as my daughter. After a brief moment of clarity, Nian Chen's mind became more and more muddled, and his life completely left him. He struggled as he looked at Shen Shicheng. How did you know that Yin Zhaoge would stand up for Shi Jun and kowtow to our clan to the death? Before he could finish his question, Shen Shicheng increased the strength of his hand and completely extinguished his life force. Nian Chen widened his eyes, but there was no longer any luster of life in his eyes. Shen Shicheng looked at Nian Chen. He had personally killed his master, and his long-cherished wish of many years had been fulfilled. All sorts of emotions intertwined, causing him to be momentarily absent-minded. However, he quickly regained his senses and pulled his hand out from Nian Chen's chest. Then, he waved at the 9 dragon fingers. While Shen Shicheng was preparing to completely destroy the evidence, his mind was naturally focused on the sex treasure, the 9 dragon fingers. Looking at the 9 dragon fingers, which only had 8 finger sheaths remaining, Shen Shicheng, who had still been calm earlier, now revealed a vexed expression. As he had said, the Blood Dragon sect could do without Nian Shun and could do without him, Shen Shicheng. Still, they could not afford to lose the 9 dragon fingers. Ying is quick-witted. Now that Nian Shun is already dead, some of the preparations just now might still be of use. It is just that should we use them or not? It would be too damaging to our clan's prestige. Still, that 9 dragon finger sheath must definitely be returned. Shen Shicheng sighed. Directly looking for that Yin Zhaoge will most likely not work. We will still have to rely on that kid's surname sure. Shen Shicheng waved his hands. Only 7 of the 9 dragon finger sheaths drifting over towards him, with one remaining unmoving within the air. Shen Shicheng's heart thumped. A voice resounded from that 9 dragon finger sheath. I am rather curious as well. How did you communicate with your daughter in the star-shifting sea? Was it all based on mutual understanding? Shen Shicheng was greatly shocked as he saw a streak of light fly out from that 9 dragon finger sheath. Amidst the flowing light, there was a huge stone pillar propping up a lonely beam. The combination of the two looked somewhat strange. Beneath the stone pillar stood a group of people. At their head was, shockingly, Yin Zhaoge himself. Beside Yin Zhaoge were Su Fei, Shi Jun, and the other Chongli Mountain martial practitioners. What caused Shen Shicheng's heart to feel like it was going to explode was the fact that there were clearly also people from Water Crystal Palace, Myriad Sword Pool, and the Spirit Returning sect amongst them. There were not many people from the other sects, each just having 1 or 2. However, looking at the shocked and disdainful expressions on their faces, Shen Shicheng's heart instantly plummeted to the very bottom. He reacted quickly, hurriedly wanting to sweep away those 7-9 dragon finger sheaths. Unable to refine them within a short period of time, unable to use them to deal with Yin Zhaoge and the others, they would at least be able to protect him as he fled. However, Yin Zhaoge lightly struck out with his palm, the pillar and beam of the divine palace combining as streams of 7-colored radiance descended, directly locking down all 8-9 dragon finger sheaths here. Shen Shicheng's face turned green. Having seen the scene of Yin Zhaoge clashing with the chief of the evil shifting sect, the transcending mortality martial grandmaster Feng Jingsheng, he knew that even without the Northern Ocean clone present, Having lost the 9 dragon finger sheaths, he would still be powerless to flee. Swiveling his head to look at Shi Jun, Yin Zhaoge saw that the youth's gaze was rather blank. Jun, do you still remember when I first found you? Your reaction upon seeing me was mainly one of joy, more joy than shock. When you introduced that Miss Shan Ying to me, you also mentioned that she should have heard of my name before. At that time, I thought that you should have already heard news of me. Still, Shan Ying aside, when I caused a disturbance in the vast ocean world, you should have been in the star-shifting sea. It should have been very difficult for you to receive news from Changli Mountain. Shi Jun said, I indeed did not receive any news from Changli Mountain. It was just that I coincidentally met some people in the star-shifting sea. They entered the star-shifting sea later than me. It was only from their discussion that I knew that senior apprentice uncle, you had entered the world. At this point, Shi Jun's expression turned gloomy as he said in a bitter tone, at that time, Miss Shun and a few people of the Blood Dragon sect were also by the side. Those of Myriad Sword Pool and Spirit Rhino Island were present at the time. I was busy searching for medicine for my mother, not wanting to get into a conflict with them. Therefore, I did not make it public, not exposing my relationship with you, senior apprentice uncle. It was not even appropriate for me to ask about it. Still, I think that my expression must have changed at the time, with Miss Shun noticing some traces of it. Back then, having heard that Yin Zhaoge had appeared in the vast ocean world, refining a Marshal Saint clone and displaying his might, killing Fong Can and thwarting Lin Qiansheng, Shi Jun had naturally been shocked whilst also overjoyed, his heart filled with anticipation. Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. That's it then. Not knowing that you are my junior apprentice nephew, I can tell that we know each other, even having a close relationship. He patted Shi Jun's shoulder, smiling. It's not your fault. The other party's acting skills are very good. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Shun Shicheng. Your daughter is indeed capable at such a young age. Strictly speaking, she did not reveal anything in front of me, possibly knowing about my relationship with Jun. This does not mean that she definitely has to do anything. It only confirms my earlier suspicions. I discovered the problem before meeting with Jun and the others. Speaking of it, it is you father and daughter who are unlucky, as Yin Zhaoge said this. A streak of light shot out from his left eye, forming a silhouette in midair. Raising their heads, they saw that it was precisely the scene of Shi Jun and Shan Ying in the underwater stone palace after he had killed Nian Wei. When they saw Shi Jun turn and examine the spirit patterns on the great beam of the divine palace, a smile appearing on the face of Shan Ying behind him, they could not help but feel a slight chill in their hearts. That was not a smile of concern and gratitude, nor was it cold and sinister. It merely contained a feeling of complacency and confidence, as if everything was going according to her plans. Shen Shicheng looked at this scene and sighed. Since you already knew, why was I still willing to be used by you, battling to the death with Nian Shun? Yin Zhaoge smiled mildly, because I wanted to get rid of Nian Shun in the first place. Not only did I want to get rid of Nian Shun, I also wanted to clean up my previous enemies as well. For example, the evil shifting sect, for example, Spirit Rhino Island. Yin Zhaoge smiled radiantly like the sun. The difficulty of getting rid of them in the wilderness is much easier than me go to their headquarters. Shen Shicheng was dazed. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's smile, there was no warmth within it at all, as he only felt a bone-piercing chill throughout his entire body. It was not that they were borrowing Yin Zhaoge's blade to kill people. Instead, it was Yin Zhaoge who was using them as a spear. Everyone else instantly felt a chill shoot up from the soles of their feet straight to their heads. This person cannot be offended. Chapter 545. The development of the vast ocean world's martial civilization was similar to that of the Eight Extremities world in many aspects. In terms of formations, the vast ocean world was comparatively more developed in terms of formations that were set up with the aid of geography, rather than battle formations that relied primarily on manpower. The mountain gate of a great force would always be built and consolidated over the years. Any sect would have a huge geographical advantage in their own mountain. Taking Water Crystal Palace as an example, this time, News had indicated that the three heavyweights of the demonic Tao were moving together, which was why they were under such immense pressure. If there were only two of them, while Water Crystal Palace's Palace Lord Lin Shi might not necessarily be able to fight one against two, he would at least be able to hold on for a relatively long period of time. The seven pillars of the righteous Tao and the six evil Tao did not have a holy weapon or a martial saint to oversee them. Naturally, they would be weaker when facing a force with a Saint Realm expert. However, they were not to be trifled with. With a peak transcending mortality martial grandmaster guarding the sex formation, even if a martial sage attacked alone, it would be difficult for him to gain much of an advantage. For example, if Nian Shun possessed the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, and also possessed the geographical advantage of the Blood Dragon sect, there would be even less to say. Yin Zhaoge naturally understood this principle. Therefore, being able to draw them out and start a battle in a virtually neutral place like the star-shifting sea was something that Yin Zhaoge could not have wished for more. Few people realized that even without the drama of Shi Jun, Shun Ying, and Yin Wei, Yin Zhaoge had also been plotting against the Blood Dragon sect. After Yin Zhaoge had learnt that due to the ocean-scorching spring, the two of them would be accompanying Ying Yuzhen in remaining in the vast ocean world, staying at Changli Mountain, many thoughts had flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind. Changli Mountain's longtime enemies were the Blood Dragon sect and the evil, shifting sect. There was also Yin Zhaoge's enemies in coming to the vast ocean world this time, Spirit Rhino Island and the Sacred Evil sect. These were all targets that Yin Zhaoge intended to attack. He wanted to leave a relatively safe environment for Shi Jun and Su Fei. As Yin Zhaoge saw it, the situation of the tripartite confrontation was too stable. Be it the demonic path or the righteous path, it was the same. If both the righteous and demonic paths were to lose a corner, it would turn into a situation of two tigers fighting against each other. It would be easy for many battles to occur. Without the Blood Dragon sect, the conflict between Water Crystal Palace and Myriad Sword Pool will be more beneficial to the development of Changli Mountain. Without the Holy Evil sect waiting on the sidelines to reap the benefits, the situation between the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul Shocking Island will become much more intense. When Yin Zhaoge had just arrived at Changli Mountain, he had been constantly considering how to deal with this. After all, if he did not play this game well, he might end up burning himself instead. Who knew that the news of Shi Jun kidnapping someone would be exposed? After finding Shi Jun and confirming that he was not in any danger, Yin Zhaoge's mind immediately began to race. He discovered that it was like someone had sent him a pillow just as he was about to doze off. Yin Zhaoge naturally accepted it with a smile. Gazing at that dragon finger sheath from which Yin Zhaoge and the others had appeared, Shun Shicheng could not help but feel a chill within his heart. You snatched away 2 of the dragon finger sheaths. Afterwards, when Yin Shun snatched this one back, you intentionally left it behind. Yin Zhaoge laughed. The Blood Dragon sect's supreme treasure, the Lightstream Golden Bug, is renowned throughout the world. This Yin has naturally heard of it as well. If you had not made a move, I would have personally sent Yin Shun on his way. Still, having given you such a good chance, I feel that you would have grasped it. As you said, you and Shun Ying are able to create chances on their own, and you are very good at grasping them. Shun Shicheng smiled bitterly. While he had wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, he had not thought that Yin Zhaoge would actually be so ferocious, as he had nearly slain Yin Shun on the spot despite being surrounded by so many enemies. The borrowed knife was exceptionally sharp, allowing Shun Shicheng to fulfill his wish exceptionally easily. It was just that at the end of the day, he discovered that the identities of knife and person had long since been reversed. Yin Zhaoge said, with Yin Shun having fled, my Northern Ocean clone scanned the surroundings. Discovering that you had long since disappeared from the spectators, I knew that there would be a good show to watch. There was no need for me to personally send Yin Shun on his way. A powerful aura appeared in the distance. As everyone turned and gazed over, they saw Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone walking over neither hurriedly nor slowly. Beside him were some martial practitioners of the various sections. As they neared, they all said that Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had captured Shining and the other Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners. concealed within the 9 dragon fingers along with Yin Zhaoge. Those who had witnessed this all sighed, explaining the situation to their fellow disciples. All of them were rendered dazed like wooden chickens, looking first at Shuning and then at Shi Jun now. Their expressions all instantly changed. Shuning pursed her lips tightly, her gaze sweeping across her father, Shi Jun, then Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "As your father said, Miss Shun is indeed quick-witted, turning the tables on my junior apprentice nephew. Yet, you look hesitant, as if you are under immense pressure, suffering greatly within your heart. With this, you can go back on your word at any time if the need arises. Of course, the precondition is that Yin Shun has been killed off by me or your father. That way, all the dirty water can be poured onto the Yin family. While it will still affect the overall reputation of the Blood Dragon sect, if there is really no other way to get back the complete 9 dragon fingers, even if this method has negative effects, it can only be used." Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly. "I don't know if you are really conflicted within your heart. Still, I have no interest in building my hopes on the moral character of a stranger. Therefore, I chose to show off that 9 dragon fingers that I had obtained in front of you in June. And you indeed did not disappoint me." Shuning pursed her lips tightly, not speaking. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "I have to praise you. You actually didn't make any mistakes. Even I was nearly fooled by you. You being exposed was mostly due to bad luck. Still, there is no need for you to continue pretending. Thank your father and Yin Shen. Everyone here knows what kind of person you are." Yin Zhaoge looked at Shun Shurcheng. "Speaking of this, it is not just me. Many people are also grateful to you, father and daughter, such as the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, Zhao Zhong, the evil Saint Lin Qiansheng, and the chief of soul-shocking Island Lucia." Everyone regained their wits amidst their shock, their expressions turning incomparably solemn once more. Having received the news, those of Chongli Mountain who had acted alongside Yin Zhaoge all had solemn expressions on their faces as well. This great battle centered around the Blood Dragon sect and Yin Zhaoge, or perhaps it could be said that the internal strife between the sects of good had mobilized Myriad Sword Pool and Water Crystal Palace as well, giving the forces of evil a chance. The evil Saint Lin Qiansheng, who had some conflict with Yin Zhaoge, did not persist in his personal enmity, instead choosing a method that was more beneficial to him, joining hands with the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul-Shocking Island to sweep through the martial world of good together. Those of Water Crystal Palace had complex expressions on their faces, but they also looked rather eagerly at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Rest easy. As long as Chief Yin of Myriad Sword Pool is not ambushed by the forces of evil on his way to reinforce them, successfully meeting up with Palace Lord Lin of your sect, the overall situation will be stabilized." While they were still unable to set their minds at ease, it was not good for them to say anything more. Now, their fury towards Shun Shurcheng and Shuning was hard to suppress. A Blood Dragon sect martial practitioner roared furiously, "Senior apprentice brother Shun, why exactly did you do such a thing?" Shun Shurcheng snorted, smiling tragically. Now that things have come to this, before he had finished speaking, the world before his eyes suddenly darkened as he saw Yin Zhaoge's palm mightily descending. Now that things have come to this, with the truth having been revealed, there's no longer a need to keep you alive. Yin Zhaoge sneered, "I can't be bothered to care why you father and daughter wanted to kill Yin Shun. However, not only did you scheme against my junior apprentice nephew, you even intended to scheme against me. Did you think that things would be settled with just a few casual words?" As his palm descended, Shun Shurcheng perished on the spot. To be continued. Chapter 546. As Yin Zhaoge's palm descended, it was as though the heavens were collapsing and the earth was collapsing. Shun Shurcheng could be considered a peak figure amongst the late Essence Talisman martial grandmasters of the vast ocean world. However, faced with this palm of Yin Zhaoge's, he was still powerless. That terrifying power of the cyclic heavenly seal enveloped the surrounding area, causing him to feel like he could only close his eyes and accept his death. The surrounding vast ocean world martial practitioners all watched this scene in shock, seeing the chief of the Blood Dragon sect, Shun Shurcheng, having his head splattered apart by Yin Zhaoga's palm as he breathed his last. The Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners exclaimed in shock. Yin Zhaoga nonchalantly turned to look at them. What? A sorrowful look surfaced in Shan Ying's eyes as she closed them, not speaking. The lips of the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners trembled as they looked at Yin Zhaoga, unable to speak. You're thinking that he is your chief at the end of the day. Even if there is a problem, it should be an internal trial of your sect before a decision is made? Yin Zhaoga said mildly, I feel that you should be considering what your sect should do from here on out. Don't forget that your sect was destroyed by Lin Qiansheng and the others. The faces of the Blood Dragon sect martial practitioners instantly turned snow white. They had naturally not forgotten this matter. It was just that the matter of Shun Shicheng and his daughter plotting everything, even assassinating Yin Shun, had been too sensational, causing them who knew the truth to be rather confused. Reminded by Yin Zhaoga at this moment, everyone recalled that their Blood Dragon sect was truly at a critical juncture of life and death. Yin Shun had died, Shun Shicheng had died, and the elders and disciples of the Blood Dragon sect who had stayed behind had most likely been decimated by the evil experts. Of the entire Blood Dragon sect, there were probably only those over at the Star Shifting Sea left. Yet, they were already a group of dragons without a leader, having lost their foundation as they were like duckweed. Unstable was insufficient to describe the current tragic state of the Blood Dragon sect. With a foundation of 1,000 years, one of the exalted 7 pillars of good, one of the peak sacred grounds of the vast ocean world, it was already on the verge of collapse as it faced the threat of being exterminated at any moment. Yin Zhaoga ignored the people of the Blood Dragon sect, instead swiveling his head to look at those of the other sects, smiling. As compared to abducting someone, something like killing one's master seems to be a bigger problem, right? Everyone nodded silently. As Yin Zhaoga continued, let's first not talk about the matter of him slaying his master first. Shun Shicheng and his daughter, for their own selfishness, stirred up such a huge storm, not only playing us like fools, they even gave the forces of evil a chance, implicating countless lives. I killed such a person with a single palm strike. What do you all think? The group exchanged glances, with the person of Chongli Mountain being the first to say, it is naturally to everyone's satisfaction. Among the people from the other sects, it was the people from Myriad Sword Pool who spoke up, such treacherous people deserve to die. The others all voiced their agreement, while those of the Blood Dragon sect looked as if they had lost their parents, unable to raise their heads. But they did not forget the most important thing. They all looked up at the 9 dragon fingers floating in the air. After all, the 9 dragon fingers is, at the end of the day, it is my spoils of war. I will reluctantly accept it. As for how to deal with it afterwards, this Yin will naturally slowly think about it. You all need not worry too much about it. His hands behind his back, Yin Zhaoga scanned the entire area. Those who met his gaze all felt a chill within their hearts. Even though they were filled with infinite unwillingness, looking at Yin Zhaoga and the Northern Ocean clone by the side now, they were also unable to speak. The preciousness of sacred artifacts did not need to be said. It was not just those of the Blood Dragon sect. How could those of the other sects not think about it as well? If they could not obtain it, they also did not wish for others to obtain it. However, having been swept by Yin Zhaoga's icy cold gaze at this moment, their courage involuntarily dissipated completely. In today's battle, Yin Zhaoga had single-handedly beaten them into submission, even having grasped the heavens and earth as he had exposed the truth of what had happened earlier. All the spectators were greatly shocked as they found it hard to arouse any will to resist. Yin Zhaoga would not be able to wield the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, within a short period of time. He had suppressed it together with a strange combination of the pillar and beam of the divine palace, barely keeping it. Seeing the 9 dragon fingers vanish, those by the side could not help but swallow their saliva, feeling incomparably despondent. Yin Zhaoga now swiveled his head to look at Shaning. No need to think too much about it. I even slapped your father to death with a single palm, much less you who started the fire. Shaning opened her mouth, wanting to say something. However, Yin Zhaoge completely ignored her as he looked at Shi Jun, saying calmly, "Juna, you deal with it. Where it began, where it ended. You." Shuning and Nian Wei started it. Nian Wei is already dead, and there are only the two of you left. End it. The Northern Ocean clone extended his palm, light flickering as it directly swept Shi Jun and Shinning along with it, the two vanishing into the palm of the Northern Ocean clone. The lips of the others twitched, but none of them objected. The expressions of those of the Blood Dragon sect were complex, but more of them felt like their hatred had been vented within. They had all been veterans of the world for many years. Yet, having been schemed against by a little girl, they all felt ashamed to see anyone as they felt the urge to just bang their heads against the wall and die. Yin Zhaoge's expression was tranquil as he sent a sound transmission to Su Fei. "Senior apprentice brother Su, what do you think Junior will do?" Su Fei asked instead of answering. "If Junior chooses to let her go, what will you do, Zhaoge?" Yin Zhaoge smiled. "When my Northern Ocean clone captured her, a hidden force was already buried within her body, ready to erupt at any time." Su Fei looked at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "Speaking from the bottom of my heart, not considering our standpoints, I rather cherish this girl's talent. Facing me, facing a bunch of martial grandmasters, she still did not reveal any flaws on the surface at all. Even her emotions were as calm as water, not having any fluctuations at all, as we were unable to sense any pretense at all. Her performance was virtually perfect. Her martial talent and character aside, such mental fortitude is truly hard to come by. Frankly speaking, if I were placed in the same environment and conditions as her, I would not be confident of doing better than her." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "The problem is that I never speak of cherishing talent to my enemies." Su Fei sighed. "Junior won't blame you." He glanced at the others as well. "The people of the Blood Dragon sect will not let her off first, and the martial world of good will not tolerate her as well." Yin Zhaoge said, "I know what Junior will do. I have an 80% certainty of it. I'm just a little worried about how this matter will affect him afterwards." Swiveling his head to glance at Su Fei, Yin Zhaoge considered his words for a moment, saying this might be a little disrespectful to eldest apprentice uncle and senior apprentice brother Shi. Still, they really are 3 generations after all. Deep within the bloodline of the Shi family lies some stubbornness and viciousness that surpasses that of ordinary people. An eldest apprentice uncle is strict and upright, firm and unyielding. In senior apprentice brother Shi, it is extreme and stubborn, not regretting it even in death. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. Jun is still young now, only able to see some embryonic forms. I wonder how he will develop into in the end. Hearing his words, Su Fei did not speak, but did not object either. Yin Zhaoge's gaze suddenly flickered. The Northern Ocean clone opened his palm. To be continued. Chapter 547. Virtually everyone unconsciously gazed at the Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone opened his palm, light surging as a figure surfaced. There was only the figure of a single person. Shi Jun seeing this scene, many thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. "Calm your heart," Yin Zhaoge said calmly. Shi Jun was uncharacteristically silent as he nodded soundlessly. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge exchanged glances with Shui Fei, both knowing that Shi Jun had invested his feelings towards Shanning over the past few days. Shi Jun hated evil as his foe, crying out against injustice as he felt pity towards the weak. These were all true. However, he had a strong personality. If someone had tricked and schemed against him, after he had learned of the truth, it would only result in an intense backlash. Like Yin Zhaoge and Shui Fei, Shi Jun was also someone who did not make a move, but when he did, his fist did not care whether his opponent was male or female. Therefore, Shi Jun did not feel conflicted at all when dealing with someone who had tricked and schemed against him. Whether or not the other party was a woman, whether or not she was acting pitiful, he would not show any mercy. His rather silent appearance now was because Shun Ying's current position in his heart was not ordinary. She was not just someone whom he had lent a helping hand to in the face of injustice. In such a situation, discovering the truth of the matter in the end would be even more hurtful, at the same time making him feel even more resentful. No one knew how Shan-Ning had behaved in front of Shijun. She had looked calm and resigned to her death, as if she had finally no longer had to suffer the torment of her heart, even feeling somewhat like she was atoning for her sins. She had indeed schemed against Shijun in the past. However, as the two of them had interacted privately over the past few days, she had also fallen in love with him, gradually unable to bear it. Looking like she was about to cry, her heart like it had died, not saying a word as she closed her eyes and awaited death. There were also various other methods. Yin Zhaoge instantly thought of quite a few. As for those methods of crying bitterly to the heavens and the earth, swearing and swearing in defense of herself, Yin Zhaoge did not consider them at all, also not feeling that Shan-Ning would do such a thing given her mental state. However, whether it was Yin Zhaoge or Xue Fei, neither of them asked Shijun about the specifics. Xue Fei only patted his disciple's shoulder lightly. The surrounding martial practitioners of the other great sects had yet to disperse, all looking at Yin Zhaoge somewhat expectantly, yet also not having too much hope. The martial practitioners of Water Crystal Palace and the Spirit Returning sect were all secretly sending sound transmissions to the Chongli Mountain martial practitioners, clearly hoping to plead on their behalf. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, the leading Chongli Mountain elder saw that Yin Zhaoge's gaze was gentle as he calmly met his gaze. This Chongli Mountain elder's heart jolted slightly as he came to some understanding. He is giving our sect a favor by having Water Crystal Palace, and the other sects owe our Chongli Mountain a favor. Although this person is domineering and arrogant, and his methods are ruthless and cruel, he is not an arrogant and unreasonable person. As he pondered, this Chongli Mountain elder bowed solemnly towards Yin Zhaoge. The forces of evil are rampant. Now that the Tao is waning and the devils are on the rise, I hope that Mr. Yin can lend a helping hand and help the common people. Yin Zhaoge nodded slowly. For the sake of the common people, this Yin will naturally act. Having finally received Yin Zhaoge's declaration, the group of people finally let out a breath of relief. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Rest easy, everyone. The forces of evil will not be able to overturn the heavens. Now that he was still saying this, the group of people gradually realized this as well, feeling that Yin Zhaoge had a card up his sleeve. Yin Zhaoge said, "Let's go." Saying thus, he led them on their way. Actually, to Yin Zhaoge, while he seemed to have many enmities with the forces of good in the vast ocean world, he was indeed more inclined towards good. This had nothing to do with the difference between good and evil in name. Cultivating in certain martial arts was also not directly related to one's moral character. The forces of good similarly had despicable people. The forces of evil similarly had heroes. However, on the other hand, it was not that those of the forces of good were all hypocrites. There were also many people of the forces of evil who were extremely vicious and evil, committing crimes. The reason why Yin Zhaoge was more inclined towards the forces of good in general was that in terms of cultivation methods at least, the martial arts of the forces of evil were more bloody and brutal. Many martial arts of the forces of evil required blood as a sacrifice, sacrificing the lives of a great number of ordinary people. Taking the vast ocean world as an example, for the martial arts of Soul Shocking Island to be accomplished, they would have to slaughter a great number of living people, merging their souls into their orochi and true essence on the spot. The illusory shadow demonic art of the sacred evil sect plundered the life essence of others to cultivate in. Green Snake Island reared tens of thousands of snakes, feeding on human flesh. The evil, shifting sect cultivated in the profound dark saber chi aside. Cultivating in the blood sea saber chi, as its name suggested, was to obtain the blood of others to refine the saber. The dim, shifting white bone saber similarly had to refine the yin chi of human bones. The Dragon Slayer sect and the Brilliant Thunder sect, who were more open and aboveboard in their ways, had all slaughtered their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Of all the martial arts of the forces of evil that Yin Zhaoge knew of, not many of them were easy to deal with. The Six Spirits' demonic fist, despite being called a demonic fist, was actually already rather grand and gentle. However, The true best method of cultivating in it was to obtain the essence blood of those 6 types of spirit beasts to temper one's body. Yin Zhaoge felt that his benevolence and moral integrity were rather limited. Still, he still felt repulsed by most supreme martial arts of the forces of evil. Brought along by Yin Zhaoge, the others didn't know where to go for the time being, as they could only wait patiently. Sitting side by side with his disciple, Shui Fei swiveled his head to look at Shi Jun. He saw that Shi Jun's expression was already gradually beginning to return to normal. It was just that Shi Jun's gaze was somewhat vacant. Feeling his master's gaze, Shi Jun swiveled his head to look at Shui Fei, asking softly, "Master, did I do wrong this time? Being made use of by someone, I nearly caused a great disaster." Shui Fei shook his head, first saying, "Acting bravely when seeing injustice on the road is always the right thing to do. Sometimes, when the situation is urgent, there is no time for us to consider too much, requiring us to act decisively." Looking at his disciple, he said evenly, "However, it is precisely at times like this that you have to be more careful. Your opponent may have set up a trap, possibly distorting the truth. Sometimes, we may even encounter situations where right and wrong are not so clear." The other party's target this time was actually Zhaoge. You have no need to blame yourself for scheming against you. Your way of doing things is not wrong. However, you still have to be more careful in the process of doing things. Shi Jun nodded. Disciple will remember. He swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge, saying softly, "This time, it was all thanks to little senior apprentice Uncle Yin. I know that it was because he didn't want me to bear the burden of having my reputation tarnished, fearing that I wouldn't be able to get over this. That little senior apprentice Uncle Yin used such a troublesome method to help me clear my name." Shi Jun smiled. Otherwise, if it was Uncle Master himself, I'm afraid he would have just started killing. What's there to argue about? Hearing this, Shui Fei could not help but smile. Now, Yin Zhaoge's group suddenly received a message. The chief of Myriad Sword Pool, Yin Gang, reinforced Water Crystal Palace with a sacred artifact, the floating sinking sword. The evil Saint Lin Qiansheng suddenly retreated, his whereabouts unknown. The chief of Water Crystal Palace, Lin Shi, and the chief of Myriad Sword Pool, Yin Gang, engaged in a great battle against the chief of the Dragon Slayers sect, Zhao Zhong, and the chief of Soul Shocking Island, Lu Shua. The crisis of the Crystal Palace could basically be said to have been resolved. Hearing his words, everyone was taken aback before they simultaneously looked towards Yin Zhaoge. Lin Qiancheng chose the most advantageous path for himself, Yin Zhaoge said. The Changli Mountain Elder asked hesitantly, "But where will Lin Qiancheng go?" Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. "Right now, we are precisely going to stop him." Chapter 548. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, everyone was taken aback. Try to determine the direction in which they were currently traveling, their hearts all jolted slightly. "If we head in this direction from the star, shifting sea," Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "the evil Saint Lin Qiansheng is a rather rational person. As compared to his personal likes and dislikes, he would consider the size of his benefits more. At the very least, before his strength is sufficient to sweep through the vast ocean world as he pleases, he would consider what is most beneficial to him in his actions." Enmity arose between me and him. With the Blood Dragon sects Yin Chun and the 9 Dragon Fingers leading the way, he did not choose to act because he did not have sufficient confidence in keeping me here, Yin Zhaoge said as he gazed into the distance. Therefore, he did not come over to the star-shifting sea. With Lin Qiansheng's personality, there would definitely be something that would attract him in his collaboration with the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul Shocking Island. Still, while the forces of good appeared hollow due to their conflict with Yin Zhaoge, they were also not so easily destroyed. Even if those of the forces of evil could successfully sweep through the forces of good, what would Lin Qiansheng gain from this? Being able to obtain the sacred artifact, the floating sinking sword or the 9 Dragon Fingers, would be the best outcome. However, Lin Qiansheng would similarly have to face competition from the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul Shocking Island. How could he ensure that he would be able to defeat the number 1 expert of the vast ocean world, the slaying 7 seas Zhao Zhong, as well as Lu Shua, who possessed the sacred artifact, the soul-shocking box. The first problem that Lin Qiansheng had to face was that his period of weakness was about to arrive. At that time, it would already be very good if he was not taken advantage of by others. With the forces of good having been swept through, the major sects of evil would definitely be fighting it out. How would Lin Qiansheng be able to suppress them all and ascend to the peak? At the end of the day, there was a very high possibility that this chief of the sacred evil sect would end up benefiting others. Since that is so, while this offensive of sweeping through the forces of good this time is beneficial to the forces of evil, it would not be much for Lin Qiansheng. He might as well have come to the vicinity of the star, shifting sea, and joined forces with Nian Chun to attack me. Yin Zhaoge said, since he has given up on this chance, joining forces with the other experts of evil would only be a pretense to conceal his true objective. At any time, improving yourself is the most direct and most important thing. If this is a great fortuitous opportunity that Lin Qiansheng has grasped and others have less understanding of, then he will definitely try to obtain this fortuitous opportunity to strengthen himself. Hearing this, the others gradually understood. The bewildering maze sea. Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right, it is precisely the bewildering maze sea. The previous time, Chief Yin of Myriad Sword Pool, and I messed things up? This time, with Nian Chun finding trouble with me, with Water Crystal Palace joining hand with Myriad Sword Pool to fight the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul-Shocking Island, there just happened to be no one to interfere with him. Now is the best time for him to go to the bewildering maze sea to obtain treasures. It's easy, and there's a high chance of success. With treasures in his bag, he'll be able to increase his strength and accumulate an advantage when facing others in the future. While Yin Zhaoge's expression was very calm, the hearts of the others were in turmoil. Evil Saint Lin Qiansheng had probably miscalculated this time. It was not just Yin Zhaoge who had directly determined Lin Qiansheng's movements, hurrying over to the bewildering maze sea after having taken care of Nian Chun and the others. At the same time, it was also because the earlier battle between Nian Chun and Yin Zhaoge had not taken up too much of his time. This was related to Yin Zhaoge's personal style. His attacks were sharp and domineering. Even against opponents of similar cultivation bases, victory would often be decided within a very short period of time, life and death being decided. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint, victory would often be decided. As soon as victory was established, it would be as easy as breaking dry twigs, as there would rarely be a prolonged battle. While it seemed nonchalant, the dangers involved were only clear to those involved. Therefore, when Yin Zhaoge clashed with others, most of the time his opponents would either die or be injured. Such a martial style was not stable enough. However, against opponents who were inferior to him, it would be even more efficient as it would easily result in a crushing victory. Yin Zhaoge also had the ability to do meticulous and patient work. However, with his personality, he did not like that kind of slow and meticulous fighting style. Therefore, he would not use it lightly. As Yin Zhaoge's group neared the bewildering maze sea, there were already some martial practitioners who had entered and exited the bewildering maze sea who had detected abnormalities. At this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Yin Zhaoge's judgment had been correct. This feeling, why does it feel like the chi of true dragons? Yin Zhaoge looked at the layers of bewildering mist of the bewildering maze sea before him that roiled unceasingly, the clouds within gradually turning ethereal as a majestic, authoritative feeling emanated from them. Within the acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body, the essence of the ice dragon that had still yet to be completely refined felt restless at this moment, vaguely being drawn over by the existence before them. This Yin will enter within. You can flank him from the outside. Today's matter may be a decisive battle for Lin Qiansheng. His sacred evil sect's few big and small cats that are usually nowhere to be seen may all be mobilized this time. Hearing his words, the other good martial practitioners who had come here along with Yin Zhaoge all agreed with this. Yin Zhaoge looked at Su Fei and Shi Jun, the two of them nodding towards him. Then, Yin Zhaoge brought along the Northern Ocean clone, directly stepping into the clouds of the bewildering maze sea. The bewildering fog before them was even denser than when Yin Zhaoge had first entered the bewildering maze sea after having first come to the vast ocean world. The deeper they went, the denser the clouds became, the roars of dragons actually vaguely emanating from within. As Yin Zhaoge walked within, he could only feel as though there were countless true dragons resting amidst the dense fog before him. Oh, could it be that the fortuitous encounter that this Lin Qiansheng is looking for is also that legendary burial ground of numerous dragons entering the sea? Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge guessed. The black-clothed, middle-aged man, recorded in the light projection of the great beam of the divine palace, had ultimately never returned, his whereabouts unknown. It was unknown whether he had returned to the world beyond worlds due to urgent matters, or whether he had ultimately perished in the vast ocean world. However, when Yin Zhaoge had seemingly unintentionally asked the vast ocean world martial practitioners about this earlier, most of them had said that they had never heard of this black-clothed, middle-aged man. It was to be expected that the black-clothed, middle-aged man had concealed his tracks. If he had died in the vast ocean world, he should not have died somewhere outside. Instead, he should have died in some mysterious place that others would be hard-pressed to find and set foot in. This burial ground of numerous dragons entering the sea was the most likely. In this vast ocean world, from a material perspective, it was precisely this legendary place that Yin Zhaoge was most interested in. As they advanced, the Northern Ocean clone's gaze abruptly flickered before he directly shot out along with Yin Zhaoge. The fog was instantly ripped apart, yet there was still nothing amid space. However, the Northern Ocean clone directly punched towards the air. The fog there abruptly distorted, seeming to be dyed by a layer of ink as it transformed into a black shadow. It was none other than the evil Saint Lin Qiansheng. The Northern Ocean clone's fist had yet to come into contact with him when a gust of wind assaulted his face. Lin Qiansheng's figure shook slightly. Yin Zhaoge said calmly, "Today is the 11th of this month. You are currently in a weakened state, and we are enemies rather than friends. I will not stand on ceremony and beat you when you're down. Thank you, thank you." Chapter 549. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone extended his arms, a heavenly cloud of the Northern Ocean divine spear stabbing towards Lin Qiansheng. After all, the spear forged from evil, shifting sect master Feng Jingsheng's spine and white bone essence energy was not a real weapon and could only be used temporarily. But at this moment, he was using his fists as a spear, fusing his spear technique into his fist technique. It was also very majestic. Lin Qiansheng cultivated in the illusory shadow demonic art, and fighting head-on was not his forte to begin with. Now that he was in a weakened state, he was even less able to withstand the sharpness of the Northern Ocean divine spear. Where the tip of the spear surged, Lin Qiansheng's body that resembled a black shadow instantly shook like water, as if about to be torn apart. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. He transformed into balls of black shadows and fled swiftly into the distance, fleeing towards the depths of the bewildering maze sea. Yin Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits, but he did not halt as he directed the Northern Ocean clone to continue his pursuit. Even at his peak, Lin Qiansheng would still be inferior to Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone in terms of pure speed. Therefore, while he tried to escape, he was ultimately unable to escape Yin Zhaoge's pursuit. However, Lin Qiansheng seemed to possess some sort of special treasure. Whenever Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone were in close pursuit, light would flicker within Lin Qiansheng's hands. Looking carefully, Yin Zhaoge saw that it resembled a round pearl. This pearl resembled the eyeballs of a dragon. Every time it flickered, the surrounding roiling cloud chi would become much more condensed, manifesting into the form of a true dragon, helping Lin Qiansheng block Yin Zhaoge. It was like a finishing touch. The dragon eyes flickered, and the true dragon chi around it became denser and more condensed. Having been dispersed by Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, it had reverted to bewildering fog. However, accompanied by a flicker of the dragon eye in Lin Qiansheng's hand, the surrounding fog condensed once more. Just like that, with the help of the treasure, Lin Qiansheng staggered into the deepest part of the bewildering maze sea. According to the general understanding of the vast ocean world, having arrived at this place, even Marshall Saint experts would have to pay attention, rarely entering it. Yin Zhaoge did not hesitate as he followed closely behind Lin Qiansheng along with the Northern Ocean clone, entering this dangerous ground where few people tread. At this place, one could feel that the true dragon qi was even denser. It made one feel like there was a true dragon hidden in the surrounding clouds. Yin Zhaoge seemed to be deep in thought before he saw the black shadow that enveloped Lin Qiansheng descend towards the great sea down below, plunging headfirst into the seawater. As the Northern Ocean clone punched downwards, the seawater parted, revealing a seemingly bottomless abyss beneath. Lin Qiansheng's figure merged into it, gradually vanishing without a trace. However, the Northern Ocean clone brought Yin Zhaoge along in hot pursuit, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Qiansheng. Glancing back at Yin Zhaoge, Lin Qiansheng separated his palms and struck out, not towards his pursuers, instead shaking the surrounding deep sea. A great amount of black qi instantly arose from within the deep sea, actually resembling numerous vicious dragons as they assaulted towards Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Glancing at this black qi, Yin Zhaoge recognized that it was the flourishing essence qi of life which had been converted into death qi. However exuberant the life force had been when it had been alive, how heavy the deathly stillness was now, virtually causing one to feel suffocated. The boundless death qi seemed to want to devour all the living beings that entered this place, forcing them to step into death and stay here forever. Yin Zhaoge thought to himself, no wonder this is a place of great danger, seldom visited by people. In the past, no one had been able to clearly explain the origins of the death qi here. However, Yin Zhaoge now knew that this extremely exuberant death qi probably originated from that burial ground of numerous dragons. Dragons were naturally born beings, their qi and blood powerful to the extreme. Even young dragons that had yet to mature possessed powerful physiques and life force. Even the death of a single dragon could produce majestic death qi, let alone the burial of numerous dragons. Having arrived here, Lin Qiansheng felt like a fish in water. Originally in a state of weakness, his strength actually seemed to be gradually recovering. Yin Zhaoge knew that this was because the illusory shadow demonic art excelled in plundering the essence qi of living beings. While this place was filled with dense death qi, it was all converted from the essence qi of living beings. Lin Qiansheng could temporarily absorb the death qi into his body, instead boosting his strength. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change. The Northern Ocean clone shook his arms, hacking apart the numerous black qi that resembled vicious dragons before continuing to shoot towards Lin Qiansheng. Lin Qiansheng turned and struck out with a palm, forcibly clashing with the Northern Ocean clone's iron fist. As the two martial saints clashed, violent air currents instantly expanded into the surroundings, actually dispersing all the black qi within the deep abyss at the bottom of the sea, causing a vacuum to appear within the deep abyss. Both sides unleashed their power to the maximum, the illusory shadow demonic art forcibly clashing with the Northern Ocean divine spear. The Northern Ocean clone's right hand that seemed to have been sculpted out of white jade had now completely lost its luster and moisture, becoming bony and shriveled, resembling a dried corpse. Meanwhile, Lin Qiansheng's right arm transformed into a blurry shadow, working hard to dispel the powerful force of the Northern Ocean divine spear. Still, it finally exploded, completely shattering. With just a single exchange, the battle had reached its climax. The Northern Ocean clone inhaled deeply, silently circulating his profound art and circulating his true essence. While his right hand was still shriveled, it now had a little more color to it, also slightly more plump. Seeing this, Lin Qiansheng let out a low snort, turning and leaving once more, continuing to dive deeper into the deep abyss. Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone pursued him relentlessly. As the two battled, the surrounding death qi grew denser and denser, as even Lin Qiansheng did not dare to easily absorb it into his body, lest he might die at any moment. After walking for a while, Lin Qiansheng suddenly halted. Then he suddenly raised a hand, a streak of light flickering amidst the all-encompassing black qi. It was precisely that dragon eye. Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted. Then he saw the black qi converge madly with that dragon eye as its center, finally transforming into a massive black dragon. The black dragon only had a single eye, but at this moment, it was like a true dragon had been revived. A terrifying aura enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as it assaulted over, causing one's heart to palpitate. Nian Shun wielding the sacred artifact, the 9 dragon fingers, was only this much. However, what was even worse was yet to come. Lin Qiansheng raised his hands consecutively, another 8 dragon eyes flying out before drawing upon the majestic death qi of the deep abyss, transforming into 8 massive black dragons once more. A total of 9 one-eyed black dragons roared madly, intermingling together as they sealed off the entire deep abyss. Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone, as well as Lin Qiansheng, were all locked down by these 9 powerful black dragons. In just an instant, Yin Zhaoge felt as though his life essence was currently in the midst of disappearing. Gazing over, the lower halves of the 9 black dragons' bodies were buried at the bottom of the deep abyss, their tails seemingly connected to something. Within the dark deep abyss, light actually flickered, gradually forming a tightly shut great door. As these 9 black dragons coiled, their tails tugged at the great door, currently attempting to open it. The power of the door clearly originated from the life essence of Yin Zhaoge, the Northern Ocean clone, and Lin Qiansheng. Sacrifice. Looking at Lin Qiansheng, Yin Zhaoge saw that the other party had circulated the illusory shadow demonic art to the maximum, his entire person resembling an illusory shadow, not existing in this world. As the 9 one-eyed black dragons devoured the life essence, they momentarily neglected Lin Qiansheng like this, instead mainly targeting Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Especially the Northern Ocean clone, who possessed a martial saint body and exuberant life force to the extreme, becoming their primary target. Lin Qiansheng's ethereal voice resounded from the illusory black shadow. Opening this legendary dragon gate requires the sacrifice of a massive amount of life force. Only a martial saint can do it. I'm unable to open the gate myself. I am specifically waiting for some smart aleck to come here. It can be Zhao Zhong, it can be Lin Shi, it can be you. Yin Zhaoge said, "Don't stand on ceremony. As you say, I'm also unable to open the gate alone." Chapter 550. Within the deep abyss, the roars of dragons resounded unceasingly. However, they were no longer grand and majestic, mighty and vigorous, as they were instead filled with a brutal killing intent. The 9 one-eyed black dragons locked down space together, unceasingly devouring all life force other than the death qi within the deep abyss. The massive bodies of the dragons, whose length was measured in li, were now taut, their tails tied to the massive door down below as they tugged forcefully. As the 9 dragons opened the door, it shook unceasingly. After the radiance was no longer dazzling, looking over carefully, that door was clearly formed of pure white bones, and from their shape, they were all dragon bones. Absorbing the essence of life force, the lifeless dragon gate seemed to glow with life once more as it gradually showed signs of opening. However, wanting to completely open this massive dragon gate, abundant life force was required. Yin Zhaoge could feel that his Northern Ocean clone's life force was shockingly currently being depleted in a great amount. Lin Qiansheng's entire body transformed into a faint shadow, virtually undetectable amidst the deep abyss that was filled with dense black fog. His voice seemed to resound simultaneously from every corner. "I believe that there will definitely be smart people who will be able to deduce that I have come to the bewildering maze sea, attempting to locate the dragon tomb. However, your intelligence will send you to the place I wish you to be." The one who arrives first will be able to help me open the dragon tomb." Amidst his words, Lin Qiansheng circulated his illusory shadow demonic art to the maximum, evading the attacks of the 9 black dragons. Yin Zhaoge was well aware that Lin Qiansheng's words were actually not just for the sake of a moment of pride. Instead, he was intentionally angering him. If his and the Northern Ocean clone's minds were unstable, even attempting to attack him, it would be even easier for the black dragons within the deep abyss to devour their life force, hastening their deaths. Yin Zhaoge smiled coldly, not speaking as he got the Northern Ocean clone to guard himself, preventing his life force from leaking out with all his might. Meanwhile, he himself drifted towards that clump of black shadow that Lin Qiansheng had transformed into. Lin Qiansheng said mildly, "If you refine that clone of the Northern Ocean Marshal Saint Zhuangquan, you might still be able to threaten me. Even though my body is weak now, even though you yourself are brimming with talent, it is still too early for you to think of doing anything to me." Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly. "Save it. If my Northern Ocean clone were to attack you now, he would be unable to defend his life force first, being sucked dry by this 9 dragons devouring heaven's ritual." Lin Qiansheng said, "You are indeed an extraordinary young man, but so what? If you do it yourself, your life will also be devoured by the sacrificial ritual. Moreover, I have completely transformed into a netherworld phantom. You can't hurt me. As time passes, your Martial Sacred's clone will eventually become the sacrifice to open the Dragon Gate. Without that Martial Saint doppelganger, you won't be affected by the 9 heavens devouring 9 dragons after the ritual ends. You won't be able to escape from me." Lin Qiansheng's voice was calm and certain. "From the moment you chased me into this place, everything was already destined. A burial ground where dragons enter the sea. What a great opportunity this is. Do you know how many dragons are buried here? 10? 100? Let me tell you, far more than that. Believe me, to be able to attend this grand event and open the Dragon Gate is already something that you should be proud of for the rest of your life. Although, you don't have the rest of your life." Yin Zhaoge was not flustered or angered as the corners of his mouth arched slightly upwards, revealing a hint of a smile. "Everyone is the same. Let's work together. Don't you just want to provoke me into making a move, watching as I reap what I sow, dying beneath this 9 dragons devouring heavens?" Coming near the black shadow, Yin Zhaoge raised his palm. "As you wish, I'm here." As Yin Zhaoge advanced and raised his palm, his life force grew more and more unstable, being devoured at an accelerated rate by those 9 one-eyed black dragons. Yin Zhaoge's skin even began gradually losing its luster, turning ashen, showing signs of shriveling and aging. His originally shiny black hair also began to dry up. However, Yin Zhaoge's expression did not waver in the slightest. As he raised his right hand upwards, forming a fist seal, everything seemed to come to a halt for just that one moment. A feeling of danger suddenly arose within Lin Qiansheng's heart. Yin Zhaoge's right fist descended from above, its target precisely towards the illusory figure formed of Lin Qiansheng. The feeling of danger within Lin Qiansheng's heart grew stronger and stronger. Logically speaking, even though Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base far surpassed martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, Lin Qiansheng was currently executing the illusory shadow demonic art with all his might as a martial saint, not seeking to injure his enemy, only seeking to transform and protect himself. Yin Zhaoge should not be able to do anything to him. However, Lin Qiansheng currently felt as though a great calamity was about to befall him. That feeling was like the heavens and earth before him had arrived at the end of the world, all things perishing together as they were completely destroyed. The heavens and earth before Lin Qiansheng's eyes seemed to be collapsing and overturning, everything falling into chaos. Everything seemed to be reversing in reverse. Above Yin Zhaoge's head, numerous essence talismans congregated, transforming into a massive spirit formation which manifested Yin Zhaoge's fist intent as it circulated. As Lin Qiansheng gazed over, that fist intent formed an illusory world of light. However, everything within this world of light, shockingly, seemed to be reversing and reversing. Cyclic Heavenly Seal. This fist of Yin Zhaoge's focused on intent rather than force, not on the majestic power of the cyclic heavenly seal that could overturn the heavens and the earth. Instead, it was the profundities of its concept, the essence of reversing the two extremities of yin and yang. Lin Qianxing's illusory shadow demonic art currently posed no threat to the outside world, as he was only fully focused on developing his own concept and variations in his divine abilities in order to resist the 9 dragons devouring heavens. Disturbed by Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal at this moment, the illusory figure formed of Lin Qianxing instantly became bright at times whilst dim at others. Beneath the reversal of the two extremities, Lin Qianxing's figure actually began gradually becoming clearer, turning from illusory to solid once more. Amidst the black silhouette, Lin Qianxing's face gradually appeared. Even with his usual composure, he was greatly shocked at this moment, not having thought that Yin Zhaoge would actually be able to break through his illusory shadow demonic art. Looking at Lin Qianxing, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "You are a martial saint. If not for the inherent shortcoming of the illusory shadow demonic art, causing you to be extremely weak now, I would also not have been able to drag you out of that illusory scene so easily. Still, since you chose to come to this bewildering maze sea today, don't blame me for taking your life while you're down." Lin Qianxing discovered to his shock that, under the influence of Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal, not only had his illusory form been broken through, he had gradually regained his physical form. The essence qi of life forms that he had plundered had transformed into dark, devilish qi, originally being rather compatible with the death qi of the deep abyss. Now, however, it had actually regained its vitality. This was even more attractive to those 9 one-eyed black dragons than the Northern Ocean clone. The main target of the 9 dragons devouring heavens instantly shifted from Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone to Lin Qianxing. Greatly enraged, Lin Qianxing simply summoned his strength, striking out towards Yin Zhaoge with a palm, wanting to force back Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal. However, Yin Zhaoge did not evade at all, the momentum of the cyclic heavenly seal not changing as he instead raised the earth-devouring burner with his other hand, dispelling Lin Qianxing's devilish palm. Lin Qianxing's heart sunk. With this proactive attack, his power became even more unstable as it was unceasingly absorbed by the 9 dragons devouring heavens. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Come, evil saint, let us witness this grand occasion together." Chapter 551. Under Yin Zhaoge's influence, Lin Qianxing felt his life force being unceasingly absorbed by the 9 dragons devouring heavens. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Lin Qianxing discovered that the signs of his life force flowing away had already been suppressed. He discovered that the situation was already completely out of his control. As the 9 dragons devouring heavens ritual continued, the dragon gate down below was also slowly opening as he had expected. However, the main body being sacrificed was already him, no longer Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. The final result of the ritual would be that his life force's essence qi would be completely sacrificed to the ritual, with Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone enjoying the fruits of it. A fierce light flickered within Lin Qianxing's eyes as he dispelled the illusory transformation of his own accord, beginning to accumulate power as he targeted Yin Zhaoge. Seeing that Lin Qianxing looked like he was prepared to go all out, Yin Zhaoge instead was no longer in a rush as he began to slowly drag things out with him. The enemy advanced, and I retreated. The enemy retreated, and I advanced, angering Lin Qianxing to the point of seething with anger. Yin Zhaoge had no intention of killing Lin Qianxing here along with the Northern Ocean clone. Since Lin Qianxing had prepared this 9 dragons devouring heavens ritual to open the dragon gate, Yin Zhaoge was naturally happy to do so. Wanting him to pave the way for Lin Qianxing as a stepping stone, Yin Zhaoge was naturally not interested. However, wanting Lin Qianxing to pave the way for him as a stepping stone, Yin Zhaoge would definitely smilingly agree, not being stingy in extending a helping hand to help Lin Qiansheng complete his glorious mission. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, who had still been domineering a moment ago, suddenly become extremely slippery now, Lin Qiansheng did not find it funny at all as a chill surged within his heart. As time passed unceasingly, the 9 dragons devouring heaven's ritual unceasingly devoured Lin Qiansheng's life force. Looking at Lin Qiansheng, Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "There's indeed someone who thinks himself clever. Lin Qiansheng, you did not die by my hands. Instead, you died by your own scheming." Lin Qiansheng let out a final frenzied roar. Accompanied by this roar, the dragon gate down below, dragged along by the 9 black dragons, finally mightily opened. Meanwhile, one of the 3 peak martial saints of the vast ocean world, the evil saint Lin Qiansheng's figure gradually aged and decayed, gradually sinking within this deep abyss of the bewildering maze sea. A martial saint had been slowly ground to death by Yin Zhaoge with the unique environment of the Dragon Gate. He had died in an extremely vexed and sullen manner. Yin Zhaoge joined up with the Northern Ocean clone. Then he saw those 9 one-eyed black dragons emit a long, mighty roar together, no longer coiling within the deep abyss as they instead wanted to shoot upwards. The dragon gate below slowly opened, and endless light shot out from within. There's still such a change? Yin Zhaoge's heart tightened as the Northern Ocean clone hurriedly led him to the side. The 9 one-eyed black dragons broke through the sea and rose into the sky together. Their tails followed closely behind, dragging streams of light behind them. They rushed out of the abyss, passed through the seawater, broke through the surface of the sea, and rushed straight into the sky. Yin Zhaoge was also a little shocked at this scene. He saw the deep abyss still collapsing unceasingly. Then, amidst the rumbling of the Dragon Gate, it actually closed once more and left the ground as well. The 9 soaring black dragons seemed to have turned into dragon heads, and the Dragon Gate at the end was like a dragon's tail. The thick stream of light in the middle was like the body of a dragon. At this moment, it was as if a gigantic light dragon that surpassed one's imagination had flown out from the bewildering maze ocean. Its head was like a mountain range, and its body was like a river. The light dragon tore through the horizon aimlessly. After circling once in the air, it slid down into the distance. Yin Zhaoge chased it from the depths of the sea. He saw that while the tail of the massive dragon still remained in the bewildering maze ocean, its head was already smashing down towards another region of sea. To the northeast of the bewildering maze ocean was a continent. While the vast ocean world was dominated by the sea, there were continents as well. Some sects had established their sects on these continents. Adjacent to the bewildering maze ocean was the territory of the brilliant thunder sect of the 6 evil sects. On the Thunder Fire Peak of Mount Jiamao, a group of brilliant Thunder Sect martial practitioners had congregated, currently in the midst of discussion. Their chief, the Crimson Thunder King Gung Hui, having failed to surround and kill Yin Zhaoge in the star-shifting sea, had returned injured. Having just returned to secluded cultivation, he had to stabilize his injuries first. Those of the brilliant Thunder Sect were shocked, whilst also feeling uneasy. Having failed to surround and kill Yin Zhaoge, the brilliant Thunder Sect had also formed enmity with Yin Zhaoge. Even Gung Hui had been injured. If Yin Zhaoge were to pursue them, the brilliant Thunder Sect would have to have a way to deal with him. As long as we guard our sect, even if that brat surnamed Yin has a martial saint clone, he will still be unable to do anything to our sect. With him having failed in his attack, he may rampage in places other than Thunder Fire Peak. That would cause great destruction. Contact the other evil sects. If we all move together, we will be able to exterminate him. If he comes seeking revenge, we might just be able to set up a trap for him. After the Sacred Evil Sect, the Dragon Slayer Sect, and Soul Shocking Island have broken through the Blood Dragon Sect, they are all rushing towards Water Crystal Palace now. They probably won't be able to make it back in time. Everyone expressed their opinions one after another. The leading elder waved his hands, We can make a final decision after Chief has recovered from his injuries. Now, we should first be on full alert and inform the disciples who have gone out to return, lest that Yin Zhaoge pursues us. As he was speaking, his expression suddenly changed greatly. A boom resounded from his secluded cultivation grounds as Gung Hui directly shot out from within. Some brilliant Thunder Sect martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases were still at a loss as to what to do when they saw the higher echelon experts of their sect fleeing towards the outside of the mountain. Virtually not giving them much time, a terrifying light dragon descended from the sky, directly slamming into Thunder Fire Peak. Instantly, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Thunder Fire Peak directly leveled by a terrifying force, a massive basin left behind where it had been. The long mountain range collapsed and shattered in its entirety, deep ravines spanning tens of thousands of kilometers on the great earth. The entire continent shook intensely, as though it was about to shatter into a few pieces just like that. The martial practitioners of Myriad Sword Pool and the other sect who had been on the same path all had dazed looks on their faces, not knowing what was happening at all. It was as though a world-ending calamity had descended upon the world without any prior warning whatsoever. The light dragon slammed into the great earth, rushing within as the light quickly vanished. There was only that massive dragon gate at the tail of the dragon, which was smashed into the ground along with it, landing at the bottom of the basin. Dust suffused the air, sand and pebbles filling the air. When it had gradually calmed, only a massive basin remained where it had been. At its center was a great door formed of white bones. Gung Hui looked dazedly at the scene before him, rigidly swiveling his neck and scanning his surroundings. He discovered that only the few peak martial grandmaster experts of his brilliant Thunder sect had managed to escape. Everyone else had been destroyed along with their sect. The brilliant Thunder sect of the six evil sects, one of the few sacred ground-level powers of the vast ocean world, had virtually been exterminated by this sudden calamity in an instant. Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone rushed out of the deep abyss, chasing after the light dragon as they headed northeast. Seeing the scene of the light dragon smashing into the great earth, Yin Zhaoge was also rather dazed. Lin Qiancheng probably didn't know that such a thing would happen, right? This method of his is really too much of a scam. The direction in which the light dragon is traveling seems to be related to the circulation of the earth veins of the vast ocean world. I wonder whose sect has been unlucky? Having left the bewildering maze sea and ascertained the direction, Yin Zhaoge's expression involuntarily turned rather strange. It seems to be the territory of the brilliant Thunder sect. Chapter 552. In the battle outside the star-shifting sea, other than the Blood Dragon sect's Nianshan, those who had participated in attacking Yin Zhaoge included the chief of the evil shifting sect, the heavenly evil Feng Jingsheng, and the number one expert of Spirit Rhino Island after Fong Can's death, Guan Li, who was also a transcending mortality martial grandmaster. Next was the chief of the brilliant Thunder sect, the Crimson Thunder King Gung Hui, who was acclaimed as the number one expert of the vast ocean world beneath the martial saint realm, a bigwig of the forces of evil who was ranked first amongst the top 10 transcending mortality martial saints. The Blood Dragon sect's Nian Shun, Myriad Sword Pool's Yin Gang, and soul-shocking islands Lu Shua could still suppress Gung Hui with their sacred artifacts. If they did not use sacred artifacts like the 9 dragon fingers, the floating sinking sword, or the soul-shocking box, they would have to avoid Gung Hui upon seeing him. This chief of the brilliant Thunder sect was indisputably the person of the vast ocean world who was currently the closest to transcending mortality and entering sainthood. Feng Jingsheng of the evil shifting sect and Guan Li of Spirit Rhino Island, making a move, was within Yin Zhaoge's predictions. After all, the enmity between him and the evil shifting sect and Spirit Rhino Island was not small. If there was a chance for revenge, he would naturally not let it go. While good and evil were irreconcilable, in the matter of dealing with Yin Zhaoge, the Blood Dragon sect, Spirit Rhino Island, and the evil shifting sect had a tacit understanding of temporarily ignoring their previous factions, temporarily working together. However, Yin Zhaoge had never had any conflict with the brilliant thunder sect before. Gung Hui had actually appeared to encircle and kill him along with the others. This was something worth pondering. The possibility of him having been invited by someone to assist them was not high. Yin Zhaoge's battle accomplishments in slaying Fong, Can, and repelling Lin Qiansheng in the bewildering Mei Sea had let everyone of the vast ocean world know that anyone below the martial saint realm challenging Yin Zhaoge alone was virtually courting death. How deep of a relationship or how great a price had to be paid for someone to dare take such a risk? If it was unrelated to anyone else, and it was the idea of Gung Hui and the brilliant thunder sect, what was the reason? A thought immediately surfaced in Yin Zhaoge's mind. Within his right eye that concealed the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, the light of thunder vaguely flickered, causing Yin Zhaoge's right eye to feel a slight piercing pain. Where he had slain Fong in the bewildering Mei Sea, Yin Zhaoge had been. There had been many eyewitnesses at the time, but most of their attention had been placed on Yin Zhaoge's martial Saint Northern Ocean clone. However, after the brilliant thunder sect heard the details of the matter, perhaps they would pay attention to an instant's thunder? Was it because of the unique characteristics of his own martial arts that he yearned for this kind of power? Or was it because he knew the ins and outs of an instant's thunder that he coveted it? If he knew the ins and outs of an instant's thunder, then was it just limited to understanding, or Gung Hui and the brilliant thunder sect also had a fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor? Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly into slits as he followed the Northern Ocean clone across the Great Sea and onto the mainland, flying towards the region where the brilliant thunder sect had originally been located. In the star-shifting sea, Gung Hui had fled the earliest and fastest. Wanted to take care of Nianshun and the 9 dragon fingers before him. Yin Zhaoge had ignored him. However, at that time, Yin Zhaoge had already been secretly paying attention to Gung Hui's inexplicable appearance. Afterwards, in order to prevent Lin Qiansheng from pulling the wool over everyone's eyes, at the same time also to prevent Yin Zhaoge's judgment from being wrong and the 3 heavyweights of evil joining hands to sweep through the martial world of good, causing massive destruction, Yin Zhaoge had chosen to first head to the bewildering Mei Sea to block Lin Qiansheng. However, a petty person like him would definitely not forget about the matter of the brilliant thunder sect. It was just that he had truly not thought that Lin Qiansheng's opening of the Dragon Gate would actually cause such a change, with the brilliant thunder sect thus suffering the tragedy of being shot while lying down. As Yin Zhaoge looked at the great earth that had once been shattered into numerous pieces, the mountain ranges that had once been no more and the high peaks that had been reduced to basins, he shook his head repeatedly. They really are unlucky to a certain extent. That terrifying collision of the light dragon just now would have been able to insta-kill even a martial saint in a head-on clash. While Thunderfire Peak had been the headquarters of the brilliant thunder sect for many years, the martial practitioners of the brilliant thunder sect probably wouldn't even dare to wield their grand formation to block it. They could only flee with all their might, as many as they could. If they hesitated in the slightest and tried to resist, the result would be that they would be instantly blasted into smithereens along with their headquarters. Yin Zhaoge surveyed the surrounding area. The surrounding heavens and earth were in complete chaos, with no martial practitioners of the brilliant thunder sect to be seen. Yin Zhaoge believed that there would still be survivors. It was just that only Gung Hui and a few other peak experts should have been able to escape this tribulation. Now that they were nowhere to be seen, they should have first retreated after having been temporarily unable to do anything about the Dragon Gate at the bottom of the basin. Without the geographical advantage of their headquarters, their sect had virtually been completely decimated. Under such a calamity, if an enemy like Yin Zhaoge came looking for them, or some other major evil sect came to take advantage of them, the brilliant thunder sect would really be completely eradicated from the vast ocean world henceforth. However incomparably furious and despondent Gung Hui and the others were, they could only first find a place to hide, treating their wounds and observing the situation. Yin Zhaoge temporarily set aside the problem of the brilliant thunder sect, carefully observing that basin as well as the Dragon Gate at its bottom. Within the basin, streams of black chi could currently be seen surging from within. The dragon gate that had opened in the bewildering maze sea earlier was now closed once more. However, Yin Zhaoge could feel that the current dragon gate was already different from before. It was just that it had simply been closed. It was just that some shocking change seemed to be brewing within the dragon gate. With just a thought from Yin Zhaoge, the Northern Ocean clone descended, arriving before the dragon gate within the basin before making a grabbing motion within the air. As the Northern Ocean clone exerted force, a creaking sound resounded as the massive dragon gate vaguely opened. Gazing within, Yin Zhaoge saw a dense deathly chi that resembled thick ink coiling within. However, observing it carefully, he could see that the black chi was actually gradually dissipating. The spiritual chi network of the vast ocean world was currently unceasingly affecting the spiritual chi flow of the Dragon Gate. The deathly chi decreased unceasingly as a thriving life force instead surged from within. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge discovered that the majestic aura that should have belonged to the dragon race within the Dragon Gate was gradually manifesting. It was as if numerous dead dragons were currently reviving. It was just that while this chi of true dragons was majestic and shocking, it was still quite a distance away from the true coiling phenomenon of numerous dragons. Yin Zhaoge knew that the numerous dragons had not revived. Instead, like the corpse of the ice dragon that he had obtained in the old residence of the glacial dragon Martial Saint, their spirituality had not dissipated after their death, thus being able to maintain their dragon might. However, this roiling dragon chi intermingled with that dense, deathly chi, forming an extremely terrifying force field. The space within the Dragon Gate was independent of the vast ocean world, resembling another world altogether. With the dragon chi obstructing their path now, if they were to enter recklessly, they would probably end up like the brilliant Thunder Sect, where even martial saints might not be able to keep their lives. From the looks of it, I'll have to wait patiently for a period of time until this burial ground of numerous dragons has gradually regained its calm before I can enter. Yin Zhaoge gradually came to a conclusion. I just wonder how long I will have to wait. As time slowly passed, the martial practitioners of the other sects also hurried over upon hearing the news. Seeing the scene before them, they exchanged looks, all unable to speak. To be continued. Chapter 553. Looking at that dragon gate, which had finally opened, yet was still unable to enter, Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. If Lin Qianxing knew that the final situation would be like this, he probably wouldn't have come to open this dragon graveyard in high spirits, right? After spending so much effort to execute the 9 dragons devouring Heavenard, he finally managed to open the dragon's gate. However, he was unable to seize the initiative. In the end, he could only wait for the world within the dragon's gate to stabilize before he could enter. When the time came, the others would have already received the news and would be ready for battle. Everyone would be on the same starting line. Why bother? If Lin Qianxing had known this earlier, he probably would not have so complacently treated that 9 dragons devouring heaven's technique of his as a treasure. Let's not talk about the brilliant Thunder Sect for now. Even if everything went according to plan, it would still be a trap for him in the end. Yin Zhaoge had a strange expression on his face as he looked at the basin down below, and it really is a huge pit. The martial practitioners of the other sects also congregated in the vicinity of the basin. The martial practitioners who had accompanied Yin Zhaoge to the bewildering maze sea earlier gradually arrived as well. After hearing Yin Zhaoge's general introduction of the situation, everyone was rendered speechless for a time, unable to speak for a long time. Lin Qianxing had long since set up a trap, lying in ambush in the bewildering maze sea, specifically waiting for someone to take the bait. In the end, it was Yin Zhaoge who was more skilled than him, causing Lin Qianxing to be caught in his own trap. Lin Qianxing, one of the 3 martial saint experts of the vast ocean world, had finally silently perished within the deep abyss of the bewildering maze sea, becoming the key to opening the Dragon Gate. The secret of the group of dragons entering the sea and the burial grounds made everyone's hearts race. As they looked at the dragon's gate at the bottom of the basin, many thoughts appeared in their minds. There was no one who did not believe Yin Zhaoge's words, because the scene before them had already proven how powerful that legendary existence was. One of the 6 evil sects, the Brilliant Thunder sect, was annihilated in an instant. Such extravagance was something that no one in the current vast ocean world could achieve. Looking at the surrounding people, Yin Zhaoge smiled. This place cannot be stabilized in just a day or two. This Yin will first return to Changli Mountain. Su Fei and Shi Jun naturally trusted Yin Zhaoge's judgment. Exchanging glances, those of Changli Mountain left behind someone to stand guard while the others returned to the mountain as well. Seeing this, the people from the other sects hesitated. They could sense the dangerous aura coming from the dragon's gate below, but they were still a little unwilling. Some people refused to believe it and tried to enter the dragon gate. However, they were instantly killed by the terrifying and domineering dragon Qi within the dragon gate, and not even their bones were left. Everyone was terrified, and only then did they temporarily give up on the idea. However, every family left someone to guard the basin, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Accompanied by Yin Zhaoge's return to the mountain, this tribulation caused by the Blood Dragon sect finally came to an end. After the matter of the Brilliant Thunder sect, the Dragon Slayer sect and Soul-Shocking Island had completely stopped their battles against Water Crystal Palace and Myriad Sword Pool. Water Crystal Palace and Myriad Sword Pool did not get involved too much either. Both sides were paying close attention to the changes in the bewildering Maze Sea and the Brilliant Thunder sect. After understanding what was going on, both sides tacitly stopped fighting. After this, the vast ocean world, which had been wreathed in the flames of war a moment ago, rapidly regained its calm. But the oppressive atmosphere was still there, as if everyone was waiting for something. However, in this battle, both sides suffered heavy casualties. On the side of good, the Blood Dragon sect had been virtually exterminated, the 2 transcending mortality martial grandmasters of Spirit Rhino Island having both perished, and Water Crystal Palace having suffered great losses when it had initially been surrounded and attacked. On the side of evil, the evil Saint Lin Qiansheng had perished, the chief of the evil shifting sect Feng Jingsheng had perished, and the Brilliant Thunder sect had been completely leveled to the ground. Whether it was good or evil, both sides had suffered great losses to their vitality. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge's fame had risen yet another level in this great battle, virtually reaching the point where he was like the midday sun. To the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world, whether or not Yin Zhaoge's strength surpassed that of the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect Zhao Zhong and the Palace Lord of Water Crystal Palace Lin Shi, it was indisputable that his fame and prestige were currently even greater than that of these 2 heavyweights of good and evil. Especially what caused both good and evil to look over was the fact that the sacred artifact of the Blood Dragon sect, the 9 dragon fingers, was currently in Yin Zhaoge's hands as well. If Yin Zhaoge refined the 9 dragon fingers, with the Northern Ocean clone and the 9 dragon fingers by his side, Yin Zhaoge would be the indisputable number 1 expert of the vast ocean world. Even other martial saint experts or sacred artifacts would have to join forces in order to be able to stand against him. At this time, the people of the vast ocean world had already gradually stopped referring to this youth who was in his 20s directly by his name. At first, it had been something like Fu Kuanpun, because this title was somewhat unkind to Yin Zhaoge, mainly relying on the mortal shell of the Northern Ocean Marshal Saint Zhuang Kuan to show off his might. More and more people now referred to him as the Traceless Cloud Dragon King or Traceless Cloud Yin when they mentioned Yin Zhaoge. The meaning of a mysterious dragon's head, but not its tail, traceless amidst the clouds. Towards this young expert of unknown origins who had suddenly appeared in the vast ocean world, shocking the heavens as soon as he had appeared, everyone felt both fear and reverence towards him. This was the case for the peak powers of good and evil. As for the smaller powers beneath them, as well as solitary practitioners, when mentioning Yin Zhaoge, they were completely filled with praise and reverence. This youth had accomplished what many people would find hard to achieve in their lifetimes. The speed at which he had risen could be said to be unprecedented, as he was already a living legend of the vast ocean world. Now, Only a portion of those who had enmity with Yin Zhaoge would say a few words behind his back. Still, they only dared to do so in private. To Changli Mountain, where Yin Zhaoge was temporarily residing, he was currently undoubtedly the most esteemed guest. It will probably still take some time before we can enter the Dragon Gate. Let's all wait and worry together. At that time, it will definitely be another gathering of experts. I believe that the other sects will also be accumulating their strength in preparation, Yin Zhaoge said as he looked at the people of Changli Mountain before him. The chief of Changli Mountain, Gao Tianzhong, nodded slowly. That's right. I hope that you will not be stingy with your assistance then. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Chief Gao is polite. After leaving Changli Mountain, Yin Zhaoge, Su Fei, and his Jun returned to the ocean-scorching spring together. As they walked, Su Fei asked, "Will it affect you and senior apprentice Aunt Fu's return to the Eight Extremities world?" Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. It is still hard to say now. Still, with the opening of the Dragon Gate, the spiritual chi veins of the vast ocean world, as well as the boundaries of space and time, have been affected greatly. He took out the lofty prestige mirror. After this period of nourishment and recovery, light was already flickering on its surface once more, just that it was temporarily retracted and not emitted. Accompanied by Yin Zhaoge's will, a faint mirror light shot out from within the lofty prestige mirror, illuminating into the distance. After identifying the direction, Su Fei and Jun were both taken aback. "That's," Yin Zhaoge shrugged. "Right, that's right. It's in the direction of the Jiamao mountain range where the brilliant thunder sect was originally located. It might be somewhere in the vicinity, but it might also be within the Dragon Gate. Therefore, our return to the Eight Extremities world and entering the Dragon Gate might be one and the same thing. The lofty prestige mirror has still yet to recover completely. When it has, we will be able to ascertain its exact location. If the dimensional crevice opens within the Dragon Gate, this passageway will also be our path home." Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "Actually, I have long since had a premonition. Both the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world had the legend of the burial ground of numerous dragons. The dimensional passageway between the two worlds might most likely appear there. When Yin Zhaoge and Fu Inshu had come over earlier, the dragon tomb had still yet to open. Now that the Dragon Gate had opened, the space-time of the vast ocean world had been disturbed. If they wanted to form a passageway to the Eight Extremities world, it might have to be opened within the dragon tomb." Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself, "I wonder how things are over at the Eight Extremities world now." Chapter 554. In the Eight Extremities world, the experts of the human race congregated in the East Sea, battling the Flame Devils. In the end, this battle ended with Broad Creed Mountain's chief Yin Di, the painting Saint Old Man Mo, the Sacred Sun Clan's Grand Elder Huang Guanglia, and the Lord of Jade Sea City, Song Wuyang, joining hands to execute the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, sealing the Flame Devils, as well as the dimensional passageway leading to the Flame Devil world. The human martial practitioners rejoiced. Not only had they slain a great number of Flame Devil experts in this battle, they had even had the chance to seal the dimensional passageway. For a considerably long period of time, the Flame Devils would no longer be able to pose a threat to the Eight Extremities world. The calamity of the Flame Devils that had lasted for many years had been largely resolved this time. The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, which suppressed and sealed the Flame Devils, originated from Broad Creed Mountain. Still, in this great battle, the human martial practitioners had similarly paid a considerable price. The one who drew the most attention was the current number one heaven's favored son of the Eight Extremities world's younger generation, the great riding of dragons, Yin Zhaoge. While the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation could suppress and seal the Flame Devils, when a seal was formed, it would also form a massive destructive force inside and outside the formation. Those below the martial saint realm would not be spared. Yin Zhaoge had also been within the formation at the time. For some reason, he had not been able to retreat in time. After the seal of the East Sea had been completed, he had not appeared again. Searching carefully, not being able to find Yin Zhaoge's traces, everyone's hearts all grew heavy. Logically speaking, things did not bode well for Yin Zhaoge, as he was likely to have been affected by the seal and perished in this incomparable battle. Those of Broad Creed Mountain were naturally greatly despondent. Those of the clan had never given up on their efforts to find Yin Zhaoge, but as time slowly passed, they had never found anything at all. The hope in their eyes also grew dimmer and dimmer. And other than Yin Zhaoge, the higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain, as well as Fu Inshu, had also been swept within the range of the seal. As a result, right after the great battle had ended, conflict erupted between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan, the two sides nearly having a great battle in the East Sea. Fu Inshu's disciples, Feng Yunsheng and Yin Luhua, reported to the clan together that in the midst of the seal of the East Sea, peak experts of the Sacred Sun clan had suddenly launched a sneak attack on them, causing Fu Inshu to be swept into the seal. Both sides were at loggerheads, and it was during this time that something big happened. In the great battle with the Flame Devils earlier, Infinite Boundless Mountain's Chief Chu Yin had been heavily injured and had returned to the mountain to recuperate, temporarily entrusting their clan's sacred artifact, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe, to their clan's Grand Elder Li Jingtu. While the Heaven-Cleaving Axe had also suffered heavy injuries, in order to deal with the Flame Devil's attacks, Li Jingtu had still brought the Heaven-Cleaving Axe with him in the East Sea. In the end, after the seal had been formed, chaos ensued. By the time the situation had gradually settled down, the other Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners shockingly discovered that their elderly had been killed. Meanwhile, the sacred artifact, the Heaven-Cleaving Axe, had actually fallen into the hands of the Sacred Sun clan. For a time, the Eight Extremities world was in an uproar. While the Heaven-Cleaving Axe had been damaged, with the extreme Yin Crown and the Heaven-Cleaving Axe in their hands, the Sacred Sun clan's momentum surged. Yin Di, Old Man Mo, Song Wuyang, and the others were all temporarily trapped within the seal of the East Sea. What caused the hearts of Broad Creed Mountain, Jade Sea City, and Infinite Boundless Mountain to be even heavier was the fact that the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Shun Li, had appeared, still allied with the Sacred Sun clan. Even Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Master, and Qing Lin, was wary of the two clans joining hands. Broad Creed Mountain was especially stifled, because news from the Earth Domain said that while the threat of the invasion of the 9 underworlds had already been resolved, their Grand Elder, the heaven-equaling Saint Yuan Jingfeng, had similarly been lost amidst the chaotic flows of space, his whereabouts unknown. And this was largely because the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, Shun Li, had fled in the face of danger. Even as Broad Creed Mountain denounced Shun Li for fleeing in the face of danger, Shun Li also made a countercharge, claiming that in the process of preventing the descent of the 9 underworlds, Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoge had been greedy and touched a rare treasure within the Earth Domain, causing the seal to collapse and nearly allowing the devils to succeed. In the end, it had been him, Shun Li, who had been able to successfully seal the crevice to the 9 underworlds, preventing the descent of the true devils. Broad Creed Mountain was naturally unconvinced, but the 8 Extremities world martial practitioners who had been in the Earth Domain at the time had virtually all died in battle. Of those who had returned from the Earth Domain, Fang Zhuan was heavily injured and unconscious, while Yin Zhaoge's fate was also unknown, having vanished without a trace. The only one who could speak openly was actually Shun Li alone. As a result, even if Broad Creed Mountain retaliated, it would also appear rather weak and powerless. The mutual accusations between the two sides gradually became a quagmire where right and wrong could not be distinguished. The attacks of the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds were simultaneously suppressed. The entire universe of the 8 Extremities world cleared up as the external threat was resolved. However, the overall situation of the world did not relax as the smell of gunpowder filled the air between the sacred grounds. Due to the great battle with the Flame Devils and the 9 underworlds, the strength of all the sacred grounds had been severely damaged. Even the Sacred Sun clan's newly obtained Heaven-Cleaving Axe had been damaged, and Meng Wan, who wielded the extreme Yin Crown, had similarly been injured in battle with the Flame Devils. Even as the various sacred grounds unceasingly attacked each other, they were also making use of this time to heal their wounds, accumulating their strength once more. Junior Apprentice Knees Feng, your injuries are already fine, and there will not be any negative side effects. Within Broad Creed Mountain, Elder Feng Qi said as he looked at Feng Yinsheng, it will also not affect your cultivation from now on. Feng Yinsheng nodded, then asked, what about Junior Apprentice Sister Yin? Feng Qi said, she's also fine. The two of you only have superficial wounds. Feng Yinsheng bowed towards Feng Qi. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Uncle Feng. The son of Feng Qi beside her, Feng Moyang, handed over a small white jade bottle. Take 1 pill a day for 3 days. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother Feng. Feng Yinsheng received it. As Feng Moyang said, I believe that Zhaoge and Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu will be blessed by the heavens. There is no need to worry too much. If they knew that you and Junior Apprentice Sister Yin are safe and sound, they would also be happy. Feng Yinsheng nodded, not speaking. Feng Moyang looked at Feng Yinsheng. In the 7th extreme Yin bout, I will first congratulate Junior Apprentice Sister Feng for dominating all others and returning with the moon. Hearing his words, Feng Yinsheng's gaze lit up. She did not say anything like, I will try my best, or do my best, as she just nodded solemnly. I will win. There was no arrogance or complacency, also no fear and trepidation, as she was stable as the great earth, firm as a mountain rock. Feng Qi also said, this child, not afraid of burdens, this old man, is also not afraid of adding to your pressure. It's all up to you this time. I will borrow Senior Apprentice Uncle's auspicious words. Feng Yinsheng took her leave of Feng Qi and Feng Moyang. After exiting, she saw Sikong Qing and Ing Longtu both waiting there. Feng Yinsheng first nodded towards them, indicating that her injuries were already no longer a problem. As the three traveled together, Sikong Qing was the first to speak. Will the Sacred Sun clan detain the extreme Yin crown and abolish the extreme Yin bout, just like this? Feng Yinsheng said they won't. That would completely push Turbid Wave Pavilion towards our clan, and the Heavenly Thunder Hall might not be willing as well. While the Sacred Sun clan has obtained the Heaven Cleaving Axe, they're still far from being able to reign supreme over us. Sikong Qing nodded, a cold light flickering within her clear eyes. That's good then. Feng Yinsheng sucked in a deep breath. Right, very good. Before her eyes, one face after another surfaced. There was that of her master Fu Inshu, that of her grandmaster Yuan Zhengfeng. Finally, it stopped on Yin Zhaoge's smiling face that appeared to be composed and orderly on the surface, yet was actually ostentatiously cocky. To be continued. Chapter 555. The Extreme Yin Crown and the Extreme Yin Bout. When Feng Yinsheng was still a child, having entered the Sacred Sun clan, her life had taken on a different meaning as a result. It was also from then onwards that obtaining the Extreme Yin Crown became Feng Yinsheng's life goal, the peak she had to ascend. If that was all, then perhaps it wouldn't be so unforgettable. However, it was possible that those who had experienced loss would feel even more deeply when faced with regaining what they had lost. This was the case for Feng Yinsheng. In the past, she had been a maiden of extreme Yin who had surpassed Meng Wan. The Sacred Sun clan's hopes of obtaining the Extreme Yin Crown had originally rested on her. However, an accident had caused the Extreme Yin energy in her body to be depleted. It was only afterwards that the Sacred Sun clan had been forced to let Meng Wan take her place. In the first Extreme Yin bout, the still young Meng Wan had fought a bitter battle against Jade Sea City's Chun Sutting, barely winning by a hair's breadth. That year, Feng Yinsheng had already fled the Sacred Sun clan. However, when those in the clan who were in the know mentioned this matter, they all still felt that it was a great pity, feeling that if Feng Yinsheng had been fine, the Extreme Yin Crown would have stably fallen into the hands of the Sacred Sun clan in this first Extreme Yin bout. The process would not have been so dangerous. As for Feng Yinsheng herself, her power of Extreme Yin had been depleted, and she had been forced to leave because she had injured Xiao Shun. Her originally bright life had instantly fallen from the pinnacle to the bottom. In recent years, Feng Yinsheng would sometimes wonder what her life would be like if she hadn't had that accident that year. Perhaps there would be a disciple of the Sacred Sun clan, Feng Muge, who had long since achieved her goal and stood atop that high peak, wearing a crown on her head as she overlooked all others. But that way, there wouldn't be the current Broad Creed Mountain disciple Feng Yinsheng. What kind of relationship did he have with Yin Zhaoge? His temper was even more straightforward than Meng Wan's. Presumably, the conflict between them would be even more intense, right? Thinking about it, Feng Yinsheng could not help but laugh, as if she could see Yin Zhaoge winking at her. You little girl, be careful. I'm a very petty person. None of my enemies have a good ending. Yeah, I know. Feng Yinsheng muttered to herself. I also know that you are very capable. You always give others a fright. You can do what others can't. So, this time, you will also return safely, right? Did you come back a long time ago? Did you hide somewhere and plan something? Are you going to come out suddenly and surprise everyone again? Yin Zhaoge's figure surfaced within Feng Yunxing's mind. It was this person who seemed a little out of tune who had helped her stand up from the bottom of the valley once more, giving her a chance to once more charge towards the peak. Indeed, even if the power of Yin was exhausted, with Feng Yunxing's talent in martial arts, her achievements in the future would still be very high. However, the thing that he had once cherished and lost was now back. The feeling of being able to see the light of day again after the haze was gone was especially memorable. However, at this time, Yin Zhaoge's whereabouts were unknown, even his fate unknown. Feng Yinsheng felt that these days were the most worrying days of her life. Unexpectedly, she suddenly remembered what her master Fu Enshu had said back then. When we're together, we are happy to spend time with each other and always think of each other. This is actually nothing. If you still think of him after you've separated, then you need to be vigilant. Feng Yinsheng sighed softly. She was already no longer always thinking of that person. It was not that there had never been parting before. However, it had never been like now, with no news at all, his fate unknown, no hope at all, only able to console herself unceasingly within her heart. Senior apprentice Sister Feng? Han Long, curiously waved his hands in front of Feng Yinsheng. Feng Yinsheng came to her senses, then shook her head and smiled lightly. Indeed, she was no longer always thinking of that person. She had never been lost in thought when thinking of someone like this before. The special circumstances, the parting of not knowing if they would ever meet again, caused some sort of throbbing within her heart to grow more and more intense, unceasingly fermenting until it was finally irreversible and could not be ignored. Feng Yinsheng did not resist, nor did she feel embarrassed. Whether this throbbing originated from Yin Zhaoge's gratitude towards her for helping her ascend to the peak once more, or her admiration towards Yin Zhaoge's various miracles, or perhaps that lonely desolation that Yin Zhaoge occasionally revealed that caused one to feel both curious and pained, Feng Yinsheng had no interest in distinguishing between them. She only knew that gratitude, longing, and pity might be sprouts, but at the end of the day, they were not true love. Feng Yinsheng did not have much experience in a relationship between a man and a woman. She was also unable to clearly describe her own feelings, only clearly confirming that gratitude, longing, and pity were all not those. Currently, walking within Broad Creed Mountain, she raised her head and looked up. The bright moon hung high in the night sky. In the past, whenever she raised her head and saw the moon, Feng Yinsheng would always think of the extreme Yin crown. Currently, that crown seemed to be getting closer and closer to her. However, having returned from the EC and looked at the moon again, what Feng Yinsheng thought of was, in that unknown place, if someone raised their head and gazed up, would they also see such a bright moonlight? Gazing at the moonlight, Feng Yunxing's gaze gradually regained its calm. In the extreme Yin bout, as she grew stronger and stronger, as she got closer and closer to success, even Feng Yinsheng would instead feel a little anxious. This was human nature. However, having returned from the EC, these emotions had gradually been dispelled by Feng Yinsheng into formlessness. Extreme Yin crown, I want to win. This thought grew more and more intense, intense to the point of suppressing all other negative thoughts. However, this unprecedentedly intense will of Feng Yunxing's for the sake of her long-cherished wish grew weaker and weaker. The source of her motivation now was a silent vow with someone else. Junior apprentice sister Feng. Swiveling her head calmly, Feng Yunxiang saw a group of people currently walking over, just happening to meet her, Xikong Qing and Ying Long too. The one who had greeted her was Jing Yunji. Beside her were Zhao Ming and the others, all of whom Feng Yunxiang had met when she had just entered Broad Creed Mountain. They were familiar with each other and on good terms. Everyone exchanged greetings, chatting as they came to the recent situation of the Eight Extremities world. Everyone here was a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. They were naturally filled with deep hatred towards the Heavenly Thunder Hall for fleeing in the face of battle, distorting the truth, and stabbing the Sacred Sun clan in the back while resisting external enemies. Zhao Ming snorted. So what if the Sacred Sun clan has obtained the heaven-cleaving axe? They will have to spit it out sooner or later. Junior apprentice sister Feng, having obtained the extreme Ying crown and returned, the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall will not be able to overturn the heavens. When the seal of the East Sea is completely completed and Chief returns, it will be time to settle this debt with them. Everyone nodded. Even if Huang Guanglia similarly returned from the East Sea, he would not be Yindi's match. Meanwhile, Old Man Mo and Jade Sea City Lord Song Wuliang would also not be biased towards the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Jing Yunji looked at Feng Yunxiang, junior apprentice sister Feng. Focus on cultivating during this period of time. Also take good care of yourself and do not go out tempering, lest you be ambushed by bandits. Feng Yunxing nodded. Rest easy, senior apprentice sister. I know. For Broad Creed Mountain, for Grandmaster, for Master, for Senior Apprentice Brother Yin, I will win. Chapter 556. Zhao Ming, Jing Yunji, and the rest looked at Feng Yunxiang and Xikong Qing, comforting them. Elder Fu is definitely blessed by the heavens. Perhaps she and Senior Apprentice Brother Yin are the same as the old chief. The old chief Yuan Zhengfeng had been lost amidst the chaotic flows of space, his whereabouts unknown. While they of Broad Creed Mountain were worried, it also provided them with some consolation on some other matters. For example, regarding Yin Zhaoge and Fu Inshu's disappearance, Broad Creed Mountain had declared internally that the two had met with the same fate as Yuan Zhengfeng. Only those of the higher echelon, as well as people like Feng Yunxiang and Yin Luhua who had previously traveled with Fu Inshu, knew that Yin Zhaoge and Fu Inshu's situation was a complete mystery. Saying that he was missing was more to reassure himself. Logically speaking, any cultivator below the Martial Saint realm who was sucked into the seal would definitely die. However, Feng Yunqing's gaze was firm. She nodded and said, "Yes, Master and the others will return safely." After chatting for a while, they suddenly saw a dignified middle-aged man walking over from the other end of the mountain path. Upon seeing this, Feng Yunxiang and the others saluted. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Chong." "Greetings, Elder Chong." This authoritative-looking middle-aged man was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's current first-seed elder, Changzheng. Changzheng looked at everyone and said, "It's getting late. Go back and rest." His tone was very easygoing, without any intention of reprimand. Hearing this, everyone said, "Elder is right." Changzheng looked at Feng Yunxiang, saying, "There are only 100 days until the 7th Extreme Yin bout. During this period of time, you and junior apprentice niece Yin should remain in the mountains and not go out. Cultivate and prepare seriously." Feng Yunxiang replied, "Yes, Martial Uncle Chong. I understand." Changzheng continued, "Junior apprentice brother remains in the East Sea, while junior apprentice sister Fu's and Zhaoge's whereabouts are currently unknown. Regarding the cultivation of the power of extreme Yin, the two of you cannot relax. Martial nephew Yin, you entered the sect late and your cultivation level is low. Junior sister Fu and Zhaoge need you to summarize the rules. Are you done?" Feng Yunxiang answered, "I've already done it and given it to Martial Uncle Wang." Changzheng nodded. "Junior apprentice sister Wang will temporarily guide you in your cultivation." It is just a matter of daily martial arts cultivation. She has only just begun to nurture the power of extreme yin, and it is still very close to the 7th round of extreme yin dampness. This time, it will be up to you all to work hard. Feng Yinxing bowed. Don't worry, martial uncle. I understand. Chang Zheng said, All right, go back and rest early. After Feng Yinsheng and the others bowed and bid their farewells to Chang Zheng, they returned to their respective residences. Chang Zheng fell into deep contemplation as he watched Feng Yunxing's departing figure. Now, a Broad Creek Mountain disciple came to look for Chang Zheng. Seeing the other party's rather panicked expression, Chang Zheng knit his brows slightly. Calm yourself in times of trouble. What is it? While he had been admonished, the panic on this Broad Creek Mountain disciple's face did not lessen. Hearing the report, a look of surprise also appeared in Chang Zheng's eyes. There was such a matter? He composed himself and thought for a while before saying, Don't make this public yet. Bring them to the punishment hall to see me. After that disciple had left, Chang Zheng stood unmoving where he was for a long time, an indistinct voice resounding in the air. Could it be the will of heaven? Feng Yunsheng returned to her residence, sitting down in the meditative position as she silently cultivated. Her heart jolted slightly as she took out her accompanying shadow shrinking pouch. Opening it, she instantly frowned. Pouring out a few fragments that resembled crystals from the shadow shrinking pouch, Feng Yunsheng felt puzzled. Why did they suddenly shatter? It seems to have been triggered by some external force. Those crystal fragments resembled weathered sand sculptures as they shattered unceasingly in Feng Yunxing's palm, finally turning into fine powder that dissipated within the air. Feng Yunsheng tried to use her aura qi to protect it, but it was to no avail. This was something that resembled a spiritual orb that she had inadvertently obtained in the East Sea after the seal had been formed and the heavens and earth had fallen into chaos. After pondering for a while, Feng Yunsheng discovered that she was unable to grasp the gist of it. There was nothing stored within the orb. It also did not contain any spiritual energy, much less any danger. After pondering, Feng Yunsheng could only feel that this thing seemed to be a supplementary item of some unique treasure. Seeing that there was nothing to gain from it, she had just kept it in her shadow shrinking pouch and kept it with her. There had never been any problems before. Who knew that something would suddenly happen today? This seems to be a supplementary item of some treasure. Now that something has happened, perhaps it has been triggered by that treasure? Feng Yunsheng pondered. Where exactly did it come from? The orb shattered and turned into dust, leaving no traces behind. Feng Yunsheng vaguely felt that it was rather strange, but could not understand why. A night passed. Feng Yunsheng pushed open the door to her room, welcoming the morning sunlight as she walked out. She was about to call in Lu Hua when someone came looking for her outside. Seeing that it was an elder of the disciplinary hall who had come, Feng Yunsheng could not help but be slightly taken aback. Asking what was the matter, the other party only said that it was the first seat elder Chang Zheng who wanted her to make a trip to the disciplinary hall. After arriving at the disciplinary hall, Feng Yunsheng saw that other than Chang Zheng, the grand elder Zhang Kuan was shockingly present as well. Having consecutively experienced major events, Broad Creek Mountain had suffered great losses. Currently, the two grand elders Zhang Kuan and He Ning held the highest positions in the mountain. Elder he had been injured in the Battle of the East Sea and was currently recuperating in secluded cultivation. Meanwhile, Elder Zhang was mostly helping the heavily injured and unconscious Feng Jun, not appearing easily. Now that he had actually appeared in the disciplinary hall, something extremely important must have happened. After Feng Yunsheng greeted Chang Zheng and Zhang Kuan, Chang Zheng said nothing, just indicating for her to wait by the side. A short while later, yet another elder arrived. It was the first seat elder of the East Heaven region, Elder Qin, whom Feng Yunsheng had met once before. Currently, a great many long-time elders of Broad Creek Mountain had died in battle. Elder Qin was already one of the few who remained. After Yin Di had become chief, the position of first seat elder of the Martial Inheritance Hall had been taken over by another elder. However, This elder had perished in the great battle of the Earth domain this time. Elder Qin had returned to the mountain this time to assume the position of first seed elder of the martial inheritance hall. After everyone had taken their seats, Chang Zheng looked at Feng Yunsheng, asking slowly, "Junior apprentice niece Feng, I have asked you to come this time because I want you to tell me again about the matter of junior apprentice sister Fu having been ambushed alongside you in the East Sea previously." Feng Yunsheng found it rather strange as she answered, "That day, Master, junior apprentice sister Yin, and I were traveling together. The flame devils rampaged in the outer East Sea. The two sides engaged in a great battle. Chief and the others were about to establish the seal, the situation becoming even more chaotic. As we were battling with the flame devils, the grand elder of the Sacred Sun clan, Meng Feng, appeared. From his words and actions, it did not seem like a coincidence. Instead, he had specifically attacked us after confirming our position. I was separated from Master and junior apprentice sister Yin. As the frenzied tides caused by the seal swept outwards, I tried to retreat. Afterwards, I heard martial practitioners of the other clans mention that they saw Master and Meng Feng being swept along by the power of the seal from afar, vanishing without a trace. Afterwards, an elder of the clan found me and junior apprentice sister Yin, bringing us back to the mountain." Hearing Feng Yunxing's words, Chang Zheng looked at her, only asking after a while, "You also feel that it was not a coincidence? Then, how do you think the Sacred Sun clan found your whereabouts?" Feng Yunsheng felt that something was wrong as she saw Chang Zheng, Zhang Kun, and Elder Qin all staring at her. "Senior apprentice Uncle Chang, you seem to be implying something." Feng Yunsheng sucked in a deep breath. "I feel that it was not a coincidence. It was because the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Feng said, 'Indeed here, let's see where you can run to.' Therefore, I deduced that he knew our whereabouts. However, this disciple does not understand how he knew." Chang Zheng looked calmly at her, saying mildly, "Is that so? But now, there is a lone warrior who is familiar with our sect, and he has accused you of revealing junior sister Fu's whereabouts." To be continued. Chapter 557. Me. Feng Yunxing looked shockingly at Chang Zheng, only to see both Chang Zheng and Zhang Kun looking at her with solemn expressions on their faces. Feng Yunsheng composed herself, saying in a heavy tone, "The debt of gratitude towards Master is as heavy as a mountain. How could I possibly divulge her whereabouts to those of the Sacred Sun clan?" Elder Qin had only hurried over in shock after having received Chang Zheng's notification earlier, not understanding the details of the matter. Seeing that Feng Yunsheng did not seem to be faking it, he sent a sound transmission to Chang Zheng and Zhang Kun doubtfully. Could it be an unintentional mistake? Chang Zheng shook his head lightly, saying, "Not only did the other party accuse you of divulging junior apprentice sister Fu's whereabouts, he also gave you the reason for doing so." Feng Yunsheng raised her brows slightly. "What did he falsely accuse me of? Whether it is a false accusation or not is not something that can be determined with just a few words." Chang Zheng glanced at Feng Yunsheng, his tone turning cold. "According to the other party, you divulged junior apprentice sister Fu's whereabouts because she discovered that you were secretly interacting with the Sacred Sun clan, your relationship unclear. After discovering that junior apprentice sister Fu had discovered your secret, in order to keep it a secret, you sold her out to those of the Sacred Sun clan, their experts coming to silence you. Meng Feng's original target was not you and junior apprentice niece Yin, who are maidens of extreme Yin. Junior apprentice sister Fu also did not meet with danger in order to protect you. Instead, it was the Sacred Sun clan who had been targeting junior apprentice sister Fu from the start. Junior apprentice sister Fu was the one they wanted to get rid of." Feng Yunsheng was first greatly enraged, but she forced herself to calm down. "May I ask where the informant that senior apprentice uncle speaks of is? I am willing to confront him face to face. The other party is purely spouting nonsense, making things up out of nothing." Elder Qin looked somewhat doubtfully at Chang Zheng and Zhang Kun. Feng Yunsheng was not an ordinary disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Accurately speaking, she was not an ordinary direct disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. While she was inferior to Yin Zhaoge, she possessed a special significance that ordinary people did not possess. To the entire clan, she possessed a strategic value that far surpassed her current strength and cultivation base. It would be fine if she was useless, but from her performance in the 5th and 6th Extreme bouts, Feng Yunsheng was already the strongest contender for the Extreme crown. It was publicly acknowledged by the entire 8 Extremities world that the Sacred Sun clan's Meng Wan might not be able to come out on top in this 7th Extreme bout. Although Feng Yunsheng had lost to Meng Wan by a single move in the 6th Extreme bout, the momentum of her improvement was even fiercer than Meng Wan's. In the current 8 Extremities world, Feng Yunsheng's name had already spread far and wide. Because of Yin Zhaoga's existence, virtually all of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation were enveloped by his radiance, Feng Yunsheng being a rare exception. Such a disciple was a treasure among treasures to any force, and could be treated as half a saint weapon. He had to protect his own family, and he had to think of ways to deal with his enemies. Generally speaking, the sect would naturally be biased towards their own disciples when it came to such accusation from the outside world. This was the case for Elder Qin. After meeting Yin Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng in the Eastern Tang Kingdom of the East Heaven region that year, he had first made the decision to have Feng Yunsheng stay behind. All along, his impression of Yin Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng had been pretty good. At this moment, the crime that Feng Yunsheng was accused of was actually not of leaking Fu Enshu's whereabouts, but of intentionally colluding with the enemy and murdering her master. Elder Qin's first reaction was disbelief. After all, betraying the clan, colluding with the enemy, and deceiving one's master and killing one's master were all great crimes of the First Order, no matter which sect it was. As soon as it was verified, there would be no other outcome other than death. The Sacred Sun clan had always wanted to get rid of Feng Yunsheng, and it was still like this even now. Feng Yunsheng's situation was rather special. Not just when she had entered the clan, she had been subjected to Broad Creed Mountain's investigations both overtly and covertly for a rather long period of time afterwards, finally passing all of them, thus achieving her current status. Elder Qin felt that under such circumstances, there shouldn't be any problems with Feng Yunsheng. If there had been, it should have been discovered long ago. Why would they have waited until now? Looking at Elder Qin, Chang Zheng slowly nodded. Seeing his solemn look, Elder Qin's heart sank. Chang Zheng swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunsheng, first not mentioning the matter of confronting her, as he instead asked, "When you were separated from junior apprentice sister Fu, was junior apprentice niece Yin still together with her, or were they separated as well?" At that time, master and junior apprentice sister Yin should have been together. "It was only I who was blown away by a hurricane-like flow of qi," Feng Yunsheng answered. "Afterwards, I heard junior apprentice sister Yin say that she was separated from master after that as well." Chang Zheng asked again, "After you were separated from junior apprentice sister Fu and the others, did you meet anyone else?" Feng Yunsheng shook her head. "No. The next person I met was found by the clan's elders." Chang Zheng stared at Feng Yunsheng for a while before he slowly said, "There is indeed a need to confront her, but not with you." He sent his voice out with his true essence. "Bring Hong Jieqi in." Hong Jieqi was the one who had come to testify against Feng Yunsheng. He was a solitary martial practitioner active in the region of the East Sea, possessing an essence spirit martial grandmaster cultivation base, as he belonged to no clan or clan. Chang Zheng looked at Hong Jieqi. "We are old acquaintances. This Chang is deeply moved by your specially rushing over to deliver this news. Still, this matter is of great importance. Junior apprentice niece Feng is our clan's direct disciple, her performance having always been outstanding." Hong Jieqi said calmly, "Elder Chang, it is precisely because you and I are acquainted that I have made this trip. Let's not even mention the matters of the past. Just this time alone, your clan has suppressed the Earth Domain on one hand and battled the Flame Devils on the other, sacrificing countless experts on the other. Your sacrifices are immense, your contributions lasting for many generations to come. In the 8 Extremities world, having been able to tide through the great tribulation of the Flame Devils and the 9 underworld's evil devils this time, your clan's greatest contribution is to stab us in the back. Instead, the Sacred Sun clan stabbed us in the back when the entire Eight Extremities world was resisting external enemies together. While I belong to no clan or clan, and my cultivation base is shallow, I too cannot stand the actions of such vile people. I am even more unwilling for your clan to still be schemed against by the schemes of the Ghost Domain after having already shed blood and sacrifice for this human realm. Therefore, I have made this trip. Hong Jiechi cupped his hands towards Chang Zheng and the others. I'm also not very clear on the detailed situation of your clan's disciples, also not knowing if there are still secrets hidden within. I can only narrate what I have seen and heard. As for how to deal with this, I believe that Elder Chang and you all will naturally be able to decide. Feng Yunxing frowned as she looked at Hong Jiechi. I am not acquainted with you. Could there be some misunderstanding here? Hong Jiechi swiveled his head to look at Feng Yunxing. You are Feng Yunxing? Feng Yunxing said, That's right. Hong Jiechi glanced deeply at Feng Yunxing, saying in a rather obscure tone, You and I have indeed never met before. It is fortunate that this is so. Otherwise, I might have long since ended up like your master. Feng Yunxing raised her brows, Chang Zheng raising a hand to stop her from speaking. Junior Apprentice Nisfeng, I have already said that the one who wants to confront him is not you. He then raised his voice. Junior Apprentice Nisin, please come in. Feng Yunxing was taken aback. Swiveling her head, she saw Yin Luhua enter the great hall. Looking at Hong Jiechi and Yin Luhua, Chang Zheng said, In order to return the truth, the Blood Soul Recollection ceremony will be carried out. Do the two of you have any objections?